instantes vamos a dar comienzo.
Good morning. We are ready when you are.
Estoy esperando la señal por el stream. En unos segunditos estamos aguardando.
We are going to connect to the streaming in just a few seconds. A very good morning and welcome to this second day of the 8th Ministerial Conference on the Information Society in Latin America and the Caribbean, organized by ECLAC, the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, jointly with the government of the Republic of Uruguay, through the Agency of Electronic Government and Knowledge, AGESIC. This conference will run until November 18, and this is a hybrid event, so we welcome now all those who are joining us in streaming in the YouTube channel manned by ECLAC. Also, there is a hashtag ILAC 2024 where you can find the same information. So what is going to happen today and tomorrow? This reference is important because digital policies are going to come from out of this conference in the framework of the Digital Framework for Latin America and the Caribbean. We are going to have today several panels that will discuss different topics, so it is important that you follow the agenda because today there will be simultaneous presentations and you will be able, therefore, to choose the one that interests you most. So, digitalization for greater inclusion, closing gaps and boosting economic authority. This is the first panel, and we would like to welcome, firstly, Hilda Patricia Polanco, member of the Board of Directors of the Dominican Telecommunications Institute, Indotel Magdalena Furtado, Program Director of UN Women, Lucas Galito, Head of GSMA for Latin America, Wagner Diniz, Manager of the World Wide Web Consortium, W3C, Jimena Ordenes, Senator of the Republic of Chile, Sebastián Belagamba, Vice President for External Relations of Internet Society, and Lucia Scuro, who will be the moderator. Lucia is an Economic Affairs Officer of the Division of Gender of ECLAC, Division for Gender of ECLAC. Thank you very much, and a very good morning to you all. It's a great pleasure for me and for ECLAC to moderate this panel this morning. Thank you very much to all the panelists that I welcome to this dialogue this morning, like in previous sessions. What we want to do is precisely this, to have a dialogue with some questions and also, in principle, have 2 rounds of comments from you. And if time allows, we'd like to give also the floor to the participants in the room. We are broadcasting this panel, and we hope to have many fruits that will come out of this dialogue that you will be able to continue virtually or during the coffee break. So it's a great pleasure for the Gender Division of ECLAC to share this time with you this morning for a topic that is as important as digital inclusion. Yesterday, our executive secretary said that we had this past week a lot of work during our period of sessions of the month of October. And also last week, we had the regional conference for women for Latin America and the Caribbean, where we discussed economic autonomy and cares. And also we decided about the urgency of including digital aspects in every facet of life. This is a proposal for the care society also in order to change the paradigms. It is very clear that we cannot depart from all these topics that you are discussing during these 3 sessions and the digital era. Yesterday, the first moderator said that this is something similar to love. You know what it is, but it's difficult to explain. So what we should do is try to determine how this thing that we cannot explain fully can act in synergy with the care society and with the inclusion we want to achieve, so that everybody is included in the benefits of digitalization. Yesterday, we saw all this in the video that AGESIC shared with us, and also the words of the president of AGESIC. So we will have 2 rounds, and each one of you will have 5 minutes for an intervention, and hopefully afterwards you will have a dialogue with the public. And starting this session, I would like to start on my left-hand side with Hilda Polanco, who is a member of the board of directors of Indotel from the Dominican Republic. I'm sorry, both of you are dressed in red. It's not on my left that I want to start, but on my right-hand side. So, Hilda Polanco from Indotel. Sorry. I got confused. So Hilda Polanco is member of the board of directors of Indotel from the Dominican Republic. And as I was saying, I would like to start with her. So let me look for the question that I had prepared for you. What are the main challenges in order to close the gap for digital services and the demand for digital services in Latin America and the Caribbean? Good morning, everyone. I would like to thank ECLAC for this kind invitation. We would like to present our experiences during this panel, and I also would like to thank the Uruguayan people for their hospitality. So without further ado, I'm going to answer your question. My opinion is that beyond the challenges that Latin America and the Caribbean face with regard to access, that is to say, having the necessary structure to supply services to all citizens, there are very significant challenges with regard to access to internet at affordable prices. The levels of poverty that our countries face, that affect the most vulnerable groups, make it very important to have high-quality internet services that are affordable by all. And this is something that policymakers should bear in mind in order to close the divide and ensure that there is equality. You all are aware of the inequality that affects the dignity of human beings in many dimensions. Access to education, for example, access to health services, to a dignified job. This disparity is also reflected in the inequality that prevails in the services sector, and that affects different groups of populations based on their income. So we see that it is necessary to have internet services that are affordable by all, and these services sometimes increase inequality and the digital divide. Many studies have been done with projections about the rates for internet services, for example, in percentages, taking into account income levels by inhabitant of the Dominican Republic or by group. And the Dominican Republic is above average in national averages at the national level, but the disparity, the inequality still prevails in the first and second quintiles. That is to say, the people that live in extreme poverty or in very high poverty. And another aspect that we should not forget is that the IT expertise is different, and also critical thought is something that should be taken into account in order to overcome the barriers of skills and technological appropriation. And this disparity in digital skills is obvious. Therefore, our objective is to create the right conditions or to encourage the skills and the knowledges so that people can assimilate and also apply the technologies as an engine for growth and development. So in this context, it becomes obvious that education is a very important element in order to close the digital gap. And we realize that the lack of education can affect, for example, the way in which people use ICT systems and tools. But at the same time, it can affect citizens who do not include digital services in the expenses they consider basic, because they don't realize that they are very important elements to improve their livelihood. Thank you very much, Hilda, and thank you very much for sticking to the time during the first round. As you said, internet that is accessible to all is a great challenge for the region. But as this panel is discussing, it is also a very big challenge given the inequality of the region and given the fact that there are groups that are excluded. 4 out of 10 women, for example, according to our calculations, do not have an income that is sufficient to give them access to internet in their own homes. And this is without any doubt a significant challenge with regard to access for some groups of people. It is therefore necessary to boost integration. And now I'm going to give the floor to Luca Galito, who is the director of GSMA for Latin America. So, Lucas, what's the status of connectivity in Latin America? Thank you very much, Lucia. It's a great pleasure to be here with my colleagues and be an observer at ELAC. And now I would like to respond to Ilda's question. GSMA has measured some of the gaps in supply and in demand. This is what we have been following in our publications. In Latin America, 96 or 97% of us on average are covered by the broadband, the mobile broadband in particular, but it's only 50% of us who use this broadband. That is to say that the gap in demand is about 45 percentage points. And when we double click on this, we find some of the barriers that Hilda talked about. Accessibility, for example, is one of the main barriers, and also lack of relevant local content, and also lack or shortage of digital skills. And with regard to accessibility or affordability also, we see that there are some tax structures in our respective countries that are not compatible with technological appropriation. There are countries in the region, for example, where telecommunication services have up to 6 percentage points of VAT because they are considered luxury items such as tobacco or alcohol or some luxury articles that are also taxed with special taxes. So this is an issue. And also the fact of having smartphones or devices, even though there has been a good evolution with regard to entry-level devices, that is to say the devices that can be used for basic services and surfing, the accessibility of devices is still an issue. There are still devices that cost $1,200 and that some people use and that we have in our hand in order to surf the net. Now we see also that tariff and import conditions are a barrier to have accessible and affordable devices for all. And this should be put in the context of what's coming, the fifth generation that the executive secretary described yesterday. He described a lag or two-speed or several-speed development in Latin America compared to other regions. And therefore, there are many aspects that we have to take into account. For example, with regard to the devices that are used for Internet of Things, we see that the load of data is not very high, but they still have a certain incidence on the solutions that have to be used for the fifth generation. So there has to be a policy to assure a green transition, and these policies are relevant for the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations that describe the mobile industry as one of the main aspects of this development. So this is a first reflection, and that includes some of the figures that we have found out in our organization. Thank you very much. And at this time in which the crisis in Cascade that we have described in ECLAC is prevailing, and it's something that we are discussing in every meeting, gender discussions like the ones we had last week, and also spaces like this one. Well, it's very important to talk about tax reforms and fiscal reforms and how we want to collect the revenues and also invest in a society that is more inclusive so that no one is left behind. You mentioned taxes in your intervention. This is a key issue, and these debates should include fiscal aspects in order to achieve a more inclusive society. Now I'm going to give the floor to Senator Jimena Órdenes from the Senate of Chile. So, Madam Senator, which are the conditions that are crucial in order to close the digital divide? Thank you very much, and a very good morning to you all. I would like to thank the Presidency of Uruguay, AGESIC and ECLAC for this invitation. In Chile, we have been working with ECLAC in order to design a digital strategy, which we called Digital Strategy 2025. I would say that the pandemic was a very important turning point for conversation of this sort, conversation that existed before in a process that was already in course. But it's very clear that from one day to the next, we found ourselves confined, and the traffic and the demand of Internet services increased a great deal, and this put a lot of pressure on governments and operators. So the first thing was to prove that we were resilient enough to face a health crisis, but also a crisis that changed our lifestyle. There was a change in paradigm that we became aware of, and that is related to the use of new technologies. And another side of the pandemic was that it made more obvious the inequality and showed that many citizens were not connected, and there was no access for them to basic rights like education and a job because they didn't have the minimum access to these services. And in a digital structure, it is necessary, therefore, to guarantee access and the adequate coverage for all. And I never lose sight of the 100% horizon as a political declaration. I think that we should always strive for the 100%. In Chile, the government has made an effort to have a state policy to integrate fiber optic throughout the country. In the south of the territory where I live, the fiber optic Tarapacá to cover the north of the country, and also the fiber optic for the whole country and the borders. This will allow us to cover 95% of the communes, but we still have places that won't be covered, and that is why we have a project called The Last Mile, and there we have to be very innovative. We have, for example, people who live in rural areas and people also who live in special territories like the islands, and there we have to be very innovative because the solution will not always be the fiber optic. We have to think of solutions through satellites or the logic of the operators at a municipal level, new figures that will allow us to connect those who are far away. And this is something that was shown by the pandemic, which also showed the needs of big cities. I think that one of the alternatives is the fiber optic, but also it is necessary to have good alliances, taking into account also the aspect of security. In Santiago, we have problems because the cables are taken by some people, and this disconnects certain areas. And we have to have connection. We have to have the necessary infrastructure, but also we need digital skills and competencies. I think that Chileans have to make progress with regard to the deploy of fiber optic and high-speed networks, for example, 5G. And we had recently a tender, but also I think that the PPPs have been a good exercise. Now, we are consumers and users of platforms. We need the necessary skills, and it is clear that we have to make progress beyond the basic skills. And this goes hand in hand with the indexes that we have been using. And also, this is not a question for the Ministry of Telecommunications. It is a question also for the Social Ministry. It is an agenda that has to establish a roadmap with specific plans. Otherwise, we won't be able to have indicators that are clear in the matter. That is why we welcome, and also we are interested in the experience of Spain. I am a member of Congress, and I know that these topics have to be in the political agenda. They have to be in the project the country has. Otherwise, it is not possible to boost this kind of project and implement them. And I am very interested in the experience of Uruguay. We need a roadmap. We need action plans, the connectivity to isolated territories, the 5G, to give you some examples. But if we don't assign the necessary budget to these plans, they will remain just an horizon. That is why I say that they have to be in the public agenda. We need a roadmap, and we need to discuss integration and transformation in the logic of digital transformation, because at the end of the day, we discuss the opportunities of digital transformation, and we find the old inequalities between men and women, gender inequalities, also the skills, the training of professionals, the strategic lines for the development in the country, the underrepresentation of women. I think that we have there a very big task ahead of us. The age group also is another variable, the income. Those citizens that belong to groups with a lower income that don't have the same opportunities. And in this digital area, my concern is that those who are excluded from a digital point of view are sometimes very relevant groups. And I see that in our roadmaps in many countries who have similar horizons, and this is a great opportunity at a regional level. We have to convene all of the players in a space like this one. If one of the players is missing, then there's something that will also be missed that we won't be doing. We are working in this agenda at the Commission of Transport and Communication with the support of ECLAC, but we have also work with the Telecommunications Union, with the Chamber of Digital Communications, and we opened also the dialogue to civil society and other players, and this allows us to share many points of view. But we have to turn all this in a country project, because these things work when they are encouraged by the government. We have seen, for example, that it is necessary to have a law that gives water and light to all citizens. We have good indexes, for example, and also we have good indexes with regard to broadband and mobile connectivity. High percentages is in this regard, but it is necessary also to take into account the last mile that I mentioned. That is why I am talking of plans, micro and SMEs. How are we going to develop them in these uncertain times? Women, well, people mention all these things, and I have many things in my mind. These are the most basic levels. If we are really going to go to augmented reality, well, then there's so much to do. And then the state, in digitalization processes, the state has to intervene. And I would say that the economy and the state have to support our plans. Finally, cybersecurity and governance. These are important variables, and we need for them strong interinstitutional frameworks to push agendas such as ELAC.
Thank you, Senator. And if you do not know Isen and you go to Chile, I highly recommend this beautiful region in the south part of Chile. I like this idea about the multi-stakeholder spaces, having a senator in this panel and being able to have a dialogue with the private sector and representatives of the civil society, colleagues from United Nations, and so on, is a wealth of possibilities, and it has potential for transformation. So I believe that these opportunities with multiple stakeholders really enrich our dialogue, and we can push our agendas forward. And following Agenda 2030, we may integrate different viewpoints. And then this universality horizon, where we really look forward to connected societies with no one excluded from the best benefits available, having development and sustainable development, access to the internet in this digital era. As the senator also pointed out, being aware of the risks, especially in the use of these devices during the pandemic, as we've seen cyber, lack of security, and new forms of violence, especially against women and children. These acts increased in terms of exposure of the vulnerable. This is quite a challenge as well. Now I will give the floor to Sebastián Belagamba, Vice President of External Engagement Internet Society. What do you think is the role of the private sector and civil society to close the digital gaps in Latin America and the Caribbean? Good morning. Thank you for having invited me. I believe that the role is quite simple. As the senator said, it has to do with development and governance models in Internet that will multi-participatory. Internet, given its infrastructure, cannot be pushed by one single stakeholder. So we need to work together in this regard. And there are different roles. For example, Lucas pointed out the role of the private sector, what we expect of them, and we expect 95% of availability of broadband in the region. That's very interesting. So what are the needs to cover that? The civil society or the technical community is interesting. First, we need to understand the requirements we have and the objectives we have. The Internet Society objective is for Internet to be for all. We expect to have 100% connectivity. I share what the senator said. But it's not 100% of people connected by simply connecting them. We believe this is a tool for change that will enhance the standard of living. The example of the pandemic is clear. We were able to survive better when we were connected. We could educate ourselves. We could work thanks to the existence of the tool. But this is not the only tool available. And in our sector, it is important to share the sense of urgency. Not just think that we need to connect everybody, but in addition, there's a paradox. We are victims to our own success. We have 75 to 80% connected people in Latin America and the Caribbean. And this is great. No other technology in the history of mankind took off such as the internet and so quickly. Wonderful. However, those who are not connected are getting worse and worse. Somehow, the digital gap is growing. And I mention this because during the pandemic, those of us who were connected faced a different situation. We were able to overcome all the different situations emerging during the pandemic. But there is a very interesting case, the victim of our success, as I said before. When we use e-government services, every time that we take a step forward in e-government, those who are not connected are staying behind. If I had to renew my driving license here in Uruguay, I have to go to a page in e-government to ask for an appointment to renew my driving license. If I'm not connected to the internet, I cannot renew my license. Or I have to go to a small office that only opens 4 times a day. It's far from home. So when nobody had internet, we were all on an equal standing. But now those of us who are connected are doing better than those who are not connected, and they are doing worse and worse day after day. So we have to be very clear about this fact. We want to reach out to 100% of the people. We need to have that aim. But in addition, we need to accelerate our step. I think there are different variables that will help us increase the pace. Some things have to do with affordability of equipment, connection to the internet. It has to do with the availability of services. I think we are doing well in this case. Having broadband available does not mean everybody has access, because there are disparities if we compare the different users. 75% of people are connected, but there's only 95% of availability of the network. So we need to work in the dimension of being pertinent. Why do I want to connect to the internet? Today, we have 75% of internet content in English. If people do not use English or speak English, that connection will be useless. They don't find a purpose. They don't know why they should connect. So we need to really try to solve each of these discrepancies. And some problems cut across all the dimensions, and we need to be able to overcome them at their origin. I think that is the roadmap somehow. There's not one single solution. We've been able to connect people very quickly, but we still have to connect those which are more difficult to connect. Maybe in the next intervention I will tell you how to connect to those who find it more difficult to connect. Thank you, Sebastián. Thank you for raising this point of internet as a tool for change, and also wondering why I should connect, thinking about how useful devices are, but also reflecting on the contents, the language of the contents that the region will use, and how to really address the issue of those who are not yet connected. Those who are already connected, and part of this did it in a much easier manner. So what do we need to do in a different manner? So from the viewpoint of demography, as I said initially, when we think about the care society, from a demographic point of view, most of our countries are going into aging stages. This is a clear case in Uruguay. The population of elder people become more of a burden vis-a-vis the total population. They live longer, and who's going to take care of them in the future? The trend in the mid-20th century, when women joined the labor market and have a high rate of participation, nevertheless, it's clear that this will not stop in the education system or the labor market. Who's going to look after children? But who's going to look after the elder in future? Because they grow vis-a-vis the economically active population. And they also are facing a changing range of diseases and health attention services. So this is connected to our debate. So what is it that we want in this digital era? What do we want the tools and connectivity to provide us with? Do we really want to think about devices to improve the care conditions for these aging populations that are in transit to aging? Most of them are probably not connected, are not using the internet, are not using the different devices. So how can we ensure that the care is efficient on the part of those who manage the tools? So how can we narrow this gap? Because aging is here to stay, and there is a need to look after the people with the technological progress. In my country, we have 12 million, as the director of AGISIC said, 12 million traced cows. Most of our cattle has been traced, can be traced, but this technology is available to one of the main industries in the country. So we need to think also of how these devices and technologies can serve this other sector, which is the care sector, and is clearly demanding attention in the region. So I will now ask my colleague Magdalena Furtado, representative of UN Women in Uruguay, what is required to incorporate women into the digital economy? Well, first of all, I would like to thank ECLAC and AGISIC for inviting UN Women to be part of this panel, because women should be in the focus of these new digital economies, as the senator from Chile said, and the need to close the digital gap between men and women. And this should be a priority in the public policy agenda. The three main challenges that I see in incorporating women has to do with the three types of digital gaps that we find in Latin American reality. First of all, unequal access to technology. There's a lot of evidence about these access gaps in the case of women vis-a-vis men, in terms of connectivity and in terms of accessing devices. Even the cost of connectivity is important. In the case of women who are part of the less favored quintiles. In quintile 1, what is the cost? Sometimes impossible to afford. Secondly, the second type of gap has to do with the use and leverage of these technologies. It is fundamental to generate digital skills in women and girls. And I'm going to refer to one example of something that happened in Uruguay during the pandemic. It's so real as it is dramatic. How the use and tapping on these technologies has served to really give up perpetrators. A 10-year-old girl used a friend as an accomplice to film and disclose a progenitor who was sexually abusing her. Sorry for being so dramatic, but this is a clear example of how Plan Ceibal was able to not only democratize access to technology, but the use and the good use serves in all areas, especially to prevent violence against girls. And the third type of gap has to do with the technology design. In designing technologies, we have people. We know that there is an underrepresentation of women in the STEM areas throughout the region, and we know that women are being left behind and outside the spear-edge technology development sectors. and how this is creating biases with technology. So I think it's very important to bear in mind all these gap data because they have been documented in all Latin American countries. This is an opportunity to use the public policy agenda to incorporate actions and incorporate women in different sectors that promote technological change, create jobs, and also try to address the environmental footprint issues. For example, e-mobility, circular economy, bioeconomy. In Uruguay, we have a few initiatives, for example, a project with other UN agencies on the second energy transition in Uruguay. This is a $10 million project we are implementing with the Ministry of Industry and other government agencies. And in this project, so as not to leave women outside the new economies, we have taxonomies and indicators where we have a score to indicate how the projects that contribute to the second energy transition in Uruguay allow women to participate. Also, we consider that this is an opportunity to support SMEs led by women, facilitate their access to ICTs, and adapting to new business models in the framework of the digital economy. There are many other examples from Uruguay with MEGAP and INEFOP. We are doing digital literacy of rural women. In UN Women, we are working with an association of women entrepreneurs. It's called Investing in Women, and we connect undertakings led by women with women who want to invest, to increase credit opportunities. Finally, I would like to mention another opportunity that I was discussing with an agency colleague to have affirmative actions to close these gaps, to foster the basic basket, the digital basic basket that ECLAC and UN Women created for women in the region. As we have a Plan Ceibal for kids and an Ibirapita plan for the elder, we should move forward in a type of digital basic basket for women in an affirmative manner. Otherwise, it's not very easy to close those gaps. Well, thank you, Magdalena. We still have another round of comments. Wagner Thies is the manager of the World Wide Web Consortium in Brazil. We would like to ask him about the impact of digital technologies to improve living conditions of people. Hello? Yes, good, it's working. Well, in the first place, thank you to organizers of this ministerial conference for having invited me to be part of this panel. I greet my colleagues in the panel. It's wonderful to have a panel on information society and digital economy where the majority of participants are women. That's lovely. I really hope that other areas are also showing a majority of women present. Diversity, that's the point. I think that's the issue here. Diversity, inclusion, higher participation of people in the digital economy. Before answering your question, I apologize for my combination of Portuguese and Spanish. It's neither one nor the other. But this is what I can do. Before answering your question, I would like to share some figures from the World Bank that are important. They show a reality. And I'll try to work more specifically in the field of people with disabilities. 10 million people have some kind of disability. So this is 8% of the world population. 1 out of 5 families are in a situation of extreme poverty and have one person with a disability to look after. In Latin America, 7 out of 10 families with disabilities are vulnerable to poverty. Also in Latin America, it is estimated that 85 million people have disabilities. Visual disabilities or motor disabilities are the most recurring cases, followed by hearing disabilities or speaking disabilities and cognition disabilities. Only 11 countries in Latin America have policies or legislation for labor inclusion in the case of people with disabilities that are really applied in the private sector. Well, these figures are not just figures. They reveal a reality of exclusion which is socioeconomic that affects a large majority of human beings, just like us, who should have guarantees to live decent lives. These figures indicate that children have no access to wheelchairs, to go to school. Children have no access to technologies to support them because they cannot follow lessons on an equal standing as other students that have no disabilities do. I have a few practical suggestions to share with you so that technologies may contribute to change the landscape. I believe that public and private organizations need to work urgently, first to include in their plans the participation of organizations of people with disabilities. Nothing is being done so far on people with disabilities. You can do nothing if you don't ask them to participate in these decisions. If we do something for them, we cannot do it without their participation because it will not work. Second, we need to pass legislation that makes it mandatory to have digital access in all spheres, with a clear definition, with an accurate definition of digital access standards, with control authorities and with fines if these standards are not met. We need to adopt legislation that clearly sets mandatory quotas for people with disabilities. And finally, public and private schools have to offer educational material and technologies to assist all students, following international standards that are acceptable in terms of access. The characteristics of supportive technologies for people with disabilities allow people to interact, to interpret, to consume, to understand digital applications. And in a website to have applications for smart telephones or the right software to use automatic tellers. All applications should provide access, good access. There are many technologies available today to enhance these situations. Screen readers, reading assistants, keyboards, alternative mouse devices, and many, many other technologies. The use of technology allows people with disabilities to be on an equal standing with people who are not disabled. Thank you. Thank you, Wagner. So now we will start a second round, maybe a shorter round because we only have 20 minutes left, and I will ask Hilda Polanco from Dominican Republic what type of innovative tools are countries developing to expand access to rural areas or remote areas or border areas.
Well, at the moment, you said we have to be brief, so I'm going to try to summarize what we have been doing in the Dominican Republic. As you all know, we have a digital agenda that is aligned with the objectives of ILAC 2022 and the Sustainable Development Goals. And connectivity, therefore, in rural and urban areas is included among the challenges that this agenda is trying to solve. So we have been working according to these objectives along two axes. Firstly, we have identified projects that can help close the gap with some deployment projects. And we have a telecommunications development fund that is being used in order to assign priorities to projects that have to be further developed or implemented. Firstly, it is necessary to have a comprehensive understanding of the socioeconomic context of the country in order to encourage the citizens with some projects that will benefit those that have lower income or those people who are in geographical areas that have little or no development. And also there are some people who live in isolation. And let me mention a project that we are implementing in order to deploy connectivity for transport networks and the last mile project. And it would have an impact on 9 provinces out of the 27 in the country. These are the poorest provinces in the country. Likewise, we have another project called Dominicana Connected, and this is in order to expand Wi-Fi in public spaces that can be used free of charge by the people, for example, parks or hospitals, among others. There is another project I'm very enthusiastic about because it's related to gender. It is the project called Social Digital Basket. The second component of the program is social literacy with a gender perspective. This project offers a subsidy to demand, that is to say, connectivity, but also a subsidy to devices. And also there is a component that tries to encourage appropriation by women so that appropriation is useful, is effective, and becomes a tool for social and economic inclusion and empowerment. When this project was designed, it was destined to women who were the heads of the household or single mothers and also the heads of the family. And interestingly, one of the data we gathered was that 46% of the women that were benefited by this project had never touched a device. Also, let me add that we have used another instrument, the obligations that we have put in place in some concession contract that we have passed with suppliers, and also in 5G tenders we included commitments from the counterpart to serve places that were unserved or underserved. And it's important to point out that we had this tender in 2021. We were the third country to do it, and in record time we assigned these contracts to 2 suppliers in the range 3,300 or 3,600 megahertz. And these are special mechanisms that include the commitments I mentioned in order to develop connectivity, promote digital transformation, and also social inclusion. Thank you very much, Hilda. And also, thank you very much for mentioning the examples of the Dominican Republic that we know firsthand. We know about the digital basket for women, which is having a very strong impact and goes hand in hand with the program Supérate. Now, questions to Galito. Which are the decisions that accompany a program of inclusion and digitalization? Thank you very much. I'm going to be brief. I would like to go back to what the senator said. Especially during the pandemic, we have heard many times comments about the importance of connectivity. People said connectivity is the most important thing, but how many public policies do we see in Latin America that align with this declaration? We see countries that continue using the spectrum as a tool to collect revenues and also taxes. And in Ecuador, there was a law that was approved, the law for economic strengthening, but now they are thinking of going back on this law, which would go against inclusion, which is the topic of this panel. And also, Hilda mentioned the tender for the spectrum 5G, and the case of Brazil is very important because 90% of these tenders was a commitment to give coverage. And also we have to think of the use of public funds. Recently, the contribution basis is being discussed because what we are discussing at the moment also has a cost. We want to train people. We need to train people. We have to go further and give connectivity to people who live in remote areas. We want to offer subsidies. So how can we contribute to the funds for universal services? Who has to contribute? How are they going to be implemented? And finally, to sum up, we at GSMA are working on an analysis regarding the investment gap. It's not only the contribution to universal services, it's the investment gap, and we believe that this study will be ready by February. We are analyzing the case of several countries in the region in order to understand how it is possible to change the contributory structures in order to implement policies that close the digital gap. Thank you very much, Lucas. Your comments were very interesting. We will closely follow the proposals made by GSMA. Senator, a question for you. In the region, and more concretely in Chile, what have been the main progress you could highlight concerning inclusion and digital inclusion in particular? Thank you very much. I made some comments at the beginning. I always talk about the deployment and the digital infrastructure, and we still need to develop skills further, and public policies are fundamental in this regard. That is why the interaction between the main players, those who are in a technical field and those who make decisions is fundamental, so that the right decisions are made. I think that we have to have an index of digital vulnerability and clear metrics in our social registries dimension that will allow us to really focus our efforts wherever they are necessary. We, the women, the people with disabilities, the old inequalities are reproduced and repeated. Unfortunately, the diagnosis doesn't change so much, but we need to make significant progress, and innovation is vital. Because I don't know whether the old solutions will apply. And I think that we have here an open space. The solution can come from players that we have not even identified yet. In Chile, the deployment has been the fruit of private and public partnerships. I want to insist on this variable because I think that we have to strengthen it. We have the telecommunications funds in the telecommunications Vice Ministry, but we also have, for example, the 5G tender, which did not foresee any obligations at the beginning, but we as a Senate decided that it was necessary to establish some commitments from the counterparty, for example, the 5G technology in hospital or education centers. So the gap is subject to the logic of cooperation between countries, also the logic of labor. There is a lot of experience that is distributed among countries, and the policymakers should dare copy good experiences. Finally, if we want to make progress so that no one is excluded, I don't see another path. And a lot of work was pulverized literally during the pandemic. So we have to rethink of a society after the pandemic and recognize the changing paradigms. Some spaces have been closed forever, but other spaces have opened. That is why I mentioned women and micro and SMEs. I think that here we have an opportunity because, for example, e-commerce has grown. Some had to close their windows, but other countries have had different experiences. At the Senate, I also work in another commission, which is Challenges for the Future, Science and Innovation. And we have been working with the National Science Academy and also with the government of Chile. And the platform we are using is one of the most developed in Latin America. At the beginning, there was a majority of men, but now we have a very high percentage of women. So we need more equality, and we need to have, therefore, clear indicators. And the basic basket proposed by ECLAC is very important, I believe. A laptop, telephone, a portable telephone that fulfill the basic needs. This is very important. A laptop is given in Chile on the 7th year in public schools, but still they need a telephone, for example, and it is necessary also to guarantee the adequate speed and the adequate connectivity. And I go back all to what I said at the beginning. All this has to be included in the design of the country project. Thank you, Senator Sebastián Belagamba. Can you describe the progress that has been achieved during the last 2 years in the ILAC agenda? How do you see this progress in the region? Well, firstly, I want to adhere to what Lucas said. His call to put together the declarations and the actions. I think that many declarations have been made. Not all of them have been turned into reality. At the same time, we need to have some roads that lead us to concrete actions in order to put in place those policies that in turn will allow us to close the digital divide. For example, we should be aware of the need to work jointly as a community and have consistency with regard to some points related to the internet. Many times we focus on negative externalities and not the positive ones. We take for granted the internet as something good that produces changes and benefits, and many times we try to repair what's bad without realizing that we can at the same time damage what's good. If I want, for example, imported fruit from Thailand, at the same time I have to conceive that or think that the only way of doing it is by burning fossil fuels. But both things go together. If I don't want to use fossil fuel, then I cannot have food from Thailand. And this goes to policymakers too. Many times we concentrate on bad things and not the good ones. This is important because when we design policies, well, I see that the process of ILAC has achieved a lot of maturity. I think that I have taken part in the 8 ministerial meetings, and I have been working in ILAC for such a long time. But I think that although the process has matured a lot, it's much more realistic and concrete. Well, I remember a comment that someone made. The goals of the ILAC processes are twofold: those that cannot possibly be complied or fulfilled, and those that are being fulfilled when the program is being designed. Now, I think that the process has made progress and has become much more mature. However, in order to design policies, several things have to be taken into account. All this I just mentioned, and also it's important that the internet and the knowledge society are not taken as a given. Very often when we design policies, we assume that the internet is always there and has always been there, and that's not the case. We have to work all together. If we understand that the internet is a tool that has more positive than negative aspects, and therefore on balance is good, we all have to work jointly in order to preserve the internet. We cannot sustain that the internet is something wonderful that has changed our lives, and at the same time want to destroy some of the aspects of the internet, like ciphering, because there's inconsistency there. So public policies should take into account in their design all positive aspects and a trade-off between positive and negative aspects. We cannot destroy what's negative without destroying some good things in the way. So we have to have an impact analysis. We have ourselves a tool that assesses the impact of public policies on the features that make internet work as it does. So along this path, I think that we will make progress, and I think that ILAC is much more mature and that we have made a lot of progress, and it should be supported. Its growth should be supported. Thank you very much, and hopefully there will be ILAC agreements that are feasible and that show us the road ahead, and also that give us enthusiasm. Magdalena, what is the role of effective connectivity for women empowerment? Well, as you know, in Latin America and the Caribbean, there is approximately 1/3 of women that don't have their own income. Last week, we discussed what is the basis of inequalities, and it is time distribution between men and women. The Conference on Women discussed the need to make program towards a new social contract that takes into account the care system, and this is an indispensable condition to ensure economic empowerment of women. So care is the first condition. We discussed it this topic last week in the conference, and we needed to also to make an effort to connect all of the conferences that discuss, for example, women empowerment and inequality, because the roots of inequality are different. Now, going back to connectivity and access of women to the digital economy, we saw that the physical gaps concerning the participation of women had been closing, but with the pandemic, the situation deteriorated, because we saw that the sectors that were most affected, for example, tourism and restaurants, had a majority of women in their labor force, and also the care burden increased for women. So now we have the opportunity to undertake affirmative actions. Otherwise, these things won't happen. And we have to put women at the center in this new era of the fourth revolution, not only industrial and revolution of services. It's a revolution in every area. The women have to be put at the center in these new economies. Otherwise, the histories will be repeated. The same gaps will come back in this digital era. Thank you very much, Magdalena. So, to close this panel, Wagner, let me ask you, what are the innovative tools that countries are developing and that, in your opinion, could be a key for the inclusion of all citizens, and in particular, citizens with disabilities in the digital economy? Well, I think that the inclusion of people in digital society is not related to innovation. It is related mostly to inequalities and how to solve different inequalities, social inequalities, economic inequalities. Otherwise, we won't be able to have an inclusive society. Technology is important, yes, indeed. But firstly, we have to face inequalities. Why? Well, because with more equality, we will be able to have connectivity. Connectivity for everyone at low prices. If we have connectivity, then we can think of accessibility, of having access. People having access to connectivity which means having a computer, a laptop, or a mobile device, for example, to have access to internet. And if people have access to the internet, then they can study and they can train. And the higher the education level, the higher the employability. According to ECLAC, in the Caribbean, people with disabilities have 56% less possibilities of getting a job. Employability is much lower. And if they don't have access to technology, they don't have many possibilities of getting a job or access to the benefits of the digital economy. Therefore, I believe that the question is how to face social and economic inequalities as well as technological inequalities, and not so much to think of innovative technologies for social inclusion. Thank you very much, Wagner. Yes, indeed, it is a big challenge that goes beyond this ministerial conference. But as we said at the beginning, this is a multi-stakeholder dialogue, and therefore there are many associations and organizations, as well as governments and parliaments, that should be involved. And clearly the UN system as well. Hopefully tomorrow we will have more than 30 objectives adopted that will be part of a more complete digital agenda. But also we should have clear goals that allow us also allow us to see which progress has been made so far, and also they will allow us to measure how we are doing vis-a-vis our commitments, which is important because it also happens in other intergovernmental spaces. It is fundamental to have some measures to know where we were when we made the agreements and what are the horizons that we are proposing for ourselves. As Galliano said, horizons that sometimes become a utopia. So without further ado, I think that now we are going to break for coffee, and we will continue this discussion during the coffee break. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias Lucía por la moderación, a todos los panelistas. Efectivamente tenemos el café y a partir de este momento se comienzan a...
Thank you very much. We now have a coffee break, and please bear in mind that from now on there will be two meetings in parallel. I know that those who are following us in streaming may be aware of this, and here we have had in this room many participants yesterday, but also we had some mini connections during the day, people who connect, come and go, and to follow us. So we really have many more participants than the one that we can see here. So enjoy your coffee break and see you soon.
guiding people. Tell you that my silver is gold, though I'm much too old for make-believe. I know what it is to be broke, guiding people. Tell you that my silver is gold, though I'm much too old for make-believe. I know what it is to be broke, guiding people. Tell you that my silver is gold, though I'm much too old for make-believe.
You ever have that feeling where you're not sure if you're awake or still dreaming? All the time. You ever have that feeling where you're not sure if you're awake or still dreaming? All the time. You ever have that feeling where you're not sure if you're awake or still dreaming?
Yeah.
You got to do this from your heart, meaning your inner soul.
Yeah.
Bruh, where you had just had said you had put the cookies, bruh? Niggas is hungry. Where you had just had said you had put the cookies, bruh? Hungry. Where you had just had said you had put the cookies, bruh?
If it wasn't for you, I never would have even made it here. So thank you.
Andrés, ¿me avisás después? Amigas, amigos, volvemos aquí a sala para retomar las actividades.
So, dear friends, we are back. And let me remind you that there is another session in parallel. So let me now introduce this panel, which is the job market and employment skills and competencies for societies that are transforming. So we will invite firstly, let me introduce rather Fiorella Jaim, General Manager at Plan Ceibal, Uruguay. Then the other panel member, Luis Eliezer Cárdenas, Executive Director of Red Clara. Mario Cononado, Director of Public Affairs for Telefónica Hispanoamérica. Daniel Pérez, National Director of Employment at the Ministry of Labor and Social Security of Uruguay. Rodrigo Filgueira, Specialist in Digitalization and Professional Training of Sinterfor ILO. Also, Andrés Brandanis, Chief of the Unit for the Internationalization of Knowledge of Argentina. This panel will be moderated by Sebastián Rovira, Officer for Economic Affairs of ECLAC. Sebastián, you have the floor. Good morning, and thank you very much for being with us for this panel, which is not easy at all. If we look at the title of the panel, we see that in 1 hour and a half it is very difficult to discuss the challenges of the labor market and also of employment concerning the new skills linked to the digital transformation. Also, we have to think of how to adapt our skills and develop them without losing sight of the need to strengthen other fields. For example, critical capabilities and analysis capabilities. We have talked about digital skills, but that's not all. It is important to understand other more general skills. And we also have to give the people the possibility of developing these other skills and translate them to the labor market. During this session, I am not going to describe how the technological revolution is changing the labor market and the world of skills, because this is something that we have already discussed. But I think that we should listen to the view of various institutions from the public sphere, but also the private sphere, as well as the civil society and technical organizations that may help us to reflect on how to progress in a region. Yesterday, the director of International Partnership of the European Union was saying that the problems in Latin America are the same ones they have at the European Union. But I think that we have some more problems, and the question of digital skills is a case in point. And not only digital skills, but skills in general, because that's precisely what we see in our societies, which are very segmented. We need to develop positive policies, as this morning previous panel said. These policies will give access and possibilities to many people who would otherwise be left aside and be left out of the labor market, with all the implications this has for the social and economic life of citizens. So let's start with Rodrigo Filgueiras, specialist in digitalization and professional skills of the Center from the ILO. One of the questions is, what are the digital skills that are demanded nowadays? And not only the demand at the moment, but also what do we see for the future? What's the way forward? Are we going to train people for the next 5 years, thinking of the current situation, and in 5 years things will change? Well, very well. Thank you very much. And my greeting to the panel members and the public. So, to set the context, the first thing to say is that in Latin America, the problems are different from those of the European Union. One of these problems, since we are discussing the labor market, is informality and the insertion of young people and what kind of enterprises are operating in the labor market, what kind of demand we have, and how the demand will change based on digital skills, and also the skills for the economy of the future you just mentioned. From now to until 5 years, there will be a penetration of enterprises that will change the way in which we will work. Latin America is functioning or is operating at 3 different speeds, and we hope that the speed will be very high. But what will be the impact of the technological change, and therefore where will demand come from? After the pandemic, we tried to understand what was happening, and since Interfor has a network of professional associations in Latin America and the Caribbean, we consulted 18 technical teams throughout the region to analyze what had happened during the pandemic and how they saw digitalization during this period. We had 27 interviews in the English and Spanish Caribbean, English and Spanish-speaking Caribbean, and also in Latin America, and discussed where we needed the skills. So the economies are developing or working at 3 different speeds, and we analyzed where we needed the skills, and we decided that at every level of qualification we need these digital skills. Another element is a language, English in particular. In many sectors we realized that this is nothing new, but what is new is that 40 years later, after the 80s, the language skills are not totally extended. So we carried out some studies, some of them to see how many vulnerable young people were able to have training in digital skills, and also how micro and small enterprises were having access to training and capacity building. And we saw that the offer of skills and the capacity of these groups to take advantage of the training were mismatched. And what about the competencies of the future and the digital economy? Every time there's something new coming back, we give it a different name, but we know what we're talking about. And we analyzed what happened with the current demand in the labor market. And we said, well, we assume that the demand is for cooperation, collaboration, problem resolution, communication, creativity, and all this is the consequence of a way of organizing work that is not very pervasive in Latin America, because those who are interested in professional training are having some demand for these developments, but there is a semantic difference between what we understand, for example, by communication in the labor market nowadays, and what will be the demand in the future. So digital competence, English, and what we have been discussing since 2010. Well, I talked a lot, and still I think that these are the main elements. And our concern is the interested parties in the design of education and capacity building, and mostly professional education, which is what we deal with at Interfor, looks at the labor market with a 5-year horizon. How can you take professional training and turn it into a public policy tool that has a 30-year horizon? Well, this is the central question, and we don't know exactly how to solve it, because it requires a social dialogue. The professional training systems were built on the basis of some considerations, productivity, for example, and the people who work in certain sectors. These systems don't necessarily worry about public policies. Sometimes they do. We are talking about many institutions and contexts, but the interested parties who work on public policies and the institutions don't necessarily agree. And then there is the status quo of the institutions. So there are 3 groups that need to talk to each other. And you're looking at me as if saying, please end your comments. Thank you very much. But we'll have a second round of comments. And afterwards, if there are questions from the audience, hopefully we will have some time to discuss them. So please think of your questions now. Now, Daniel Perez, Director at the Ministry of Education. Daniel, you were saying that at the ministry you are facing challenges in order to put in place some policies that lead to the development of digital skills at all levels of education. We talked about a more mature stage, but we have to think of how we can start from the bottom. That is why Fiorella is going to talk about the Ceibal plan later. Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. I am a member of the Ministry of Labor, not education, so I don't have all of the expertise you described. One of the challenges in our country is the reform of the education system, because we want to reduce the gap between the world of education and the world of labor. The gap will always exist because the world of labor progresses at a higher speed, but still we have to train young boys and girls for the labor market. When they ask me about the main active policy that has to be put in place, I say the reform of education, so that boys and girls have the necessary skills to join the labor market. And what are the skills that are required by the present world and also the world of the future? Firstly, as we said, digital skills. And There are different levels. The first one would be the levels of digital citizens. There's a group of citizens that don't have the minimum digital skills, even in the daily life, to use the public policy tools, for example, online proceedings. This is the first group, the first to do. Then the second group is the citizens that already have some digital skills, but they need to have employability skills, those skills that are independent from the sector in which we operate. The third group is special skills for a certain sector. The agricultural sector is not the same as an industrial sector. And the fourth level in the pyramid is the group of skills that is directly related to ICT technologies. INEFOP launched the bootcamp Uruguay recently in order to train people, not only young people who are already employed, so that they can join a sector that has a very high demand and where the demand is going to grow in the future. And this requires certain expertise. So this fourth sector cannot be neglected. Otherwise, a lot of people will be left out of the labor market. Digital skills are necessary for all, and we cannot leave anyone aside. And that is why the first group is very important. The second group is the one related to soft skills. Specific skills have to be renewed, according to you, every 5 years, I would say 2 years, and cross-cutting skills, soft skills, become permanent. And I would mention 3. Firstly, adaptation to change, which is not minor. The world is changing faster and faster, and it is necessary to adapt to changes in employment, job change. Some occupations, some jobs will disappear, other will be created. We don't even know them yet, with greater automation. So we need adaptation to change, and also the capacity to work on the basis of results, to change our objectives. Enterprises are asking this, and also teamwork. This is nothing new. No matter how skilled you are, people work better when they are capable of working together. So the solution is collaboration, and without leaving aside the other skills, I think that these I just mentioned are very important. And a third group is the capacity to learn. This is a skill that we need to have in a market that changes constantly, where some jobs disappear. That requires a new skills, and the capacity to learn is going to help us adapt to the labor market.
Excellent, Daniel. You have touched upon very relevant issues, especially when you mentioned the fact that we may think that digital skills are different or the same. And there are different types of digital skills. And sometimes if you think of the advanced digital skills, in looking at some indicators, we know very little about them. We need to understand and measure a lot more in the field of skills. Maybe in terms of advanced skills, you may compare Uruguay, what we have in terms of advanced digital skills compared to Europe. But if you analyze basic skills, which cover most of the population, we are not as advanced because we have no ownership in terms of that technology. And you say also that we need to think that there are different digital skills for different sectors. In the afternoon, we'll have a panel on agri-tech, and probably one of the relevant issues will have to do with how we use digital skills and how the people in this agri-sector can incorporate technologies. That's very important. And working with the different incumbent ministries, with the chambers, with associations of the different sectors, this is fundamental. We now will give the floor to Fiorella Haim, General Manager at Plan Ceibal in Uruguay. And Fiorella will tell us that you celebrated a birthday, right? An anniversary. Please tell us, Fiorella, what Plan Ceibal did and how it evolved throughout the process. Because in the previous panel we mentioned digital gaps, but these digital gaps change. Some disappear, but other gaps are created. So how does Plan Ceibal adapt itself to this process of generating new skills? This has to do with a process of adaptation, cooperation, to see how we accompany the digital transformation. Well, thank you. Good morning to you all. Well, this year in May, we celebrated 15th anniversary. Ceibal was created as an equity plan when it distributed laptops and Wi-Fi connections to schools and students and teachers in the public system of education in Uruguay. 85% of the students in Uruguay are in the public sector, and those in the private sector could also participate. So over the years, this changed. Today we are positioned as an innovation center with digital technologies that serve the public education system. And along the way, we incorporated different tools. On the one hand, during an initial stage, after delivering the laptops and rolling out the infrastructure, we provided platforms for teachers, and then we moved into other projects that had to do with developing skills. We worked alongside other countries, with Canada, United States, the Netherlands, Finland, Australia, New Zealand, in developing skills. And this has been ongoing for 8 years. And we do this as a network, collaborative network, together with the Education Board. And this has been a very good experience. All activities, critical thinking, citizenship, character, communication were some of the issues we engaged in. It was a great experience, especially for the education reform, where we have incorporated this work experience. 5 years ago, we incorporated a specific program that has to do with computer thinking. It's on a voluntary basis for school level, grades 4 and 5. We have 2,500 groups this year, and it covers 50% of the students in 4th and 5th grade in primary school. And this develops one of the skills which is fundamental for the labor market today and in the near future, because this allows us to work alongside the machines, this equipment. It goes beyond programming language. It allows you to understand how we communicate, how we introduce data into the systems, how we create algorithms, how we recognize patterns and solve problems in general using different strategies, and we work on very specific short-term projects. So I believe that if we look at the curriculum transformation elements we have put into practice, computational thinking is one of the skills. It will allow us to expand this reach out and make this skill more universal. It will not be limited to certain groups only. And then later on, I may relate this to other topics. I think that what you were saying about the capacity to adapt, well, it's very important. During the pandemic, we were tested. We had to reformulate ourselves as a society. And at the level of Plan Ceibal, we had to reformulate all the programs so as to get to the centers of education and also to households. We had a great experience here in Uruguay, and several international organizations studied the process and drew important lessons that will be shared with other countries. And we are willing to share with other countries all the experience acquired during these years. Well, thank you, Fiorella. I think that you are raising an issue which is important and connects to the previous panel. With children, we can generate these transformations at the level of households. Sometimes single mothers are the heads of households, and access to this type of technology can really enable them to change a lifestyle. And they can generate their own businesses. They can create new opportunities that they really need. And that's key. Now, I will invite Luis Cadenas, who's the executive director of Red Clara. I know that you have a meeting of rectors currently in Uruguay. And I would like you to talk about the importance of developing content and providing more training possibilities, because this is very necessary at the level of universities to help reduce the gaps and differences. Thank you, Sebastián. Good morning. Yes, you're right. Yesterday and during this week, we are involved in a dialogue with several higher education organizations of the region. We have rectors in different parts of Latin America who are here, and we are talking about precisely these issues. I want to highlight the relevance of the evolution of education and educational models, and the need to establish cooperative models that develop content further on. And this can be developed today as a complement if all the institutions in the region share. Through Red Clara, we have over 1,500 universities which are part of the network. So if we are able to have the right incentives, these universities can work collaboratively on a regional basis in training, in education, and in many other components that will change human capital in the region. We would be reducing costs, having more impact, using public resources more efficiently, and helping faster transformation in capacity building. I think this is part of a very complex context. If you try to anticipate where demand will be in terms of digital skills or how the labor market will evolve, that's very difficult. So it's important to be flexible when you provide training and education. Many years ago, careers were monolithical. They were rock hard. And today we need careers that are shorter, more flexible, with contents that connect to one another so as to provide the necessary training. So this is a moving target, and it's very difficult to access. So we may make mistakes in trying to provide the right answer. But technologies change, the world is complex, and it's very difficult to anticipate correctly and to invest in an effective manner. So we need to focus on a possibility of being flexible. Flexibility will enable us to adapt to changes in the landscape. It is important to recognize what different institutions can do in terms of training. We could use technologies such as blockchain to issue degrees and diplomas that may be recognized and acknowledged by all institutions throughout the region. This is important. You may take a course here, but then demonstrate that you passed that course and you will be accepted by a university in another South American or European country. This will allow for more flexibility, and this is what will help us solve the issue. The other relevant area is how we integrate in a catalog the contents that could be combined. For example, the Higher Education Institute of UNESCO mentions open educational objects that can be identified or found in the cloud, in the open cloud of the European science. It's called the FAIR principle. They will be found easily, they are accessible, they are interoperable. So these three components will allow us to integrate training that would be kind of tailored to the needs of students. And this will help our supply to be adapted to the changing conditions of the market. In yesterday's meeting with a group of rectors, we talked about the importance of collaboration across universities in the region. Universities should acknowledge the degrees issued by each of them and then cooperate among themselves, and also to connect with institutions from other parts of the world like the United States or Europe, and this will allow us more opportunities to adapt to the changing situation. Well, thank you, Luis. Yes, no doubt. We talk about digital nomads, people who move around, stay 2 months in one country, then move to another country. And one of the first things we need to think about is how to recognize training received, education received, and how different institutes worldwide recognize the work each of them is doing. They need to complement one another. That's an issue. And we need to make all these different trainings complementary. That's a good point you've raised. Mario Coronado, Director of Public Affairs for Telefónica, will make some contributions. Luis talked about universities, but in the training process, we not only have education centers or ministries or entities, there is a role played by the private sector. So please tell us how you in the private sector can support the development of such skills. This is fundamental, as different experiences have revealed, like in Germany, how in Latin America we could foster this support from the private sector. Well, first of all, thank you for this opportunity. Good morning to all of you. I think that apart from looking at this from a medium-term and long-term perspective, we should take a look at the short-term perspective. Given the pandemic, we are more aware of this. One of the things that we were analyzing inside Telefónica is that the growth we expected in internet consumption in 5 years happened in a year and a half. There was a leap forward. And we've also seen that many SMEs in Latin America, I'm going to be a little bit aggressive, they died. But they came back again, digitally speaking. They died because they had no chances, they could not stand operations, but a few months or a year later, they reincarnated digitally. So this phenomenon we experience is that in all labor activities, the digital issue is embedded. So this year and a half accelerated the adoption of the digital. This adoption generates then a growth of gaps in very many senses. Education gaps, gender gaps, they have all broadened. So what can the private sector do or contribute? I think we can contribute in every one of the new spaces created, because our region, which is the second more unequal worldwide, has these gaps, where we have people with employment who advanced, who progressed during the pandemic, but nevertheless they need to increase or enhance their capacities and get new capacities and skills and move forward. We call this process reskilling, and this is emerging in the region, and this requires platforms and models and capacities to move on. We have a platform that is called Conecta Empleo. So if you're a young person between 16 and 85, you can go in and search what to do to improve your employability situation, what new things you can learn or add to your profile. We have another space which is as follows. People are convinced of taking a second look at jobs that traditionally were held by men. In the telecommunications industry, the technician who goes out to the street to check antennas, men, historically men. So to change that reality and involve more women in that job not only requires recruiting them, but also retraining them, having reskilled workers to learn how to deal with the fellow workers and bosses, and to develop protocols so as to work correctly with the customers. So we are also moving into that to reduce gaps. We do believe that the most important issue is in the world of education. And the examples you have raised are key in this sense. The world of developing basic and cross-cutting capacities is the world we need to address. And teachers become key, fundamental. So we need to invest in the training of teachers in Latin America. This is a very important challenge for all of us. Fundación Telefónica has been working for the last 20 years, but especially in the last 2 years, we've seen new opportunities to go even farther. We have realized that people understand the need to have well-trained teachers. And we also need to innovate in terms of contents. I occupied different positions within Telefónica, and at one point we developed an app for mathematics learning in schools. I was so proud because in Colombia we selected 12 apps, one developed by Ceibal and one developed by Telefónica, so that kids could learn mathematics while they were confined during the pandemic. And this type of innovation allows us to move forward. Technology opens up opportunities apart from working on the gaps. And this is urgent. Thank you, Mario. And maybe we will come back to some of the experiences that you have mentioned with Conecta Empleo, and the other, which is a network of women. In the morning panel, in the early morning panel, we talked about these issues. And during the coffee break, we talked about that. Sometimes during the panels, we are more balanced. But what is important is not only to have a gender balance in the panel, but to talk about gender issues during a panel, regardless of the participants, because there's a lot we can do, and we need to know what is being done also. I will now give the floor to Rodrigo. ECLAC has insisted a lot on one of the issues which is one of Achilles' heels in the region, and that is productivity. Precisely when we anticipate digitalization with great expectations as to transforming and increasing productivity, what could we expect of vocational training in this field, and how can we support this increase in productivity? Well, thank you. Let me see. Training and education is key if you want to improve productivity. In this issue of capital and labor, we improve technology, we improve individuals' capacity. In terms of digitalization, we were worried about an insistent narrative in terms of automation, because digitalization led to automation and to increasing productivity. That was much questioned. And that has had a peak in 2013, 2015, when we talked about the future of work. ILO provided the standpoint of developed country, and we decided to look at it in more proximity. Thus, one jet-set economist who's called Eric Bringelson from MIT, and he has been observing this from the very end of the 90s. And somehow he concludes as follows. He says, yes, the issue of capital labor is clear, but in this scenario, we need processes and innovation in addition. He proposes 3 complementary factors. If I invest in one of them, the others will improve. These are skills, capacity, education. Second, technology, no doubt. And the third is improved processes. So given that scenario, when we talk about enhanced processes and we think of companies, who improves the processes? Well, the mid-management, the top management, they allow for enhanced processes. It's not the labor. And there's an interesting study by the World Bank that says the management level and the owners have low levels of innovation for different reasons. One of the reasons is to avoid risk in an unstable region, but there are very low levels of innovation at the level of management. So if we think of the 3 factors, what we see in some member institutions in our network is that they want to train top management in companies, within the companies, and this is focused to the world of labor to improve the capacity of the mid and top management levels. So historically, the professional training played an important role. The role is still important, but this is a factor that cannot be avoided. When studies say that if we look at digitalization per se, digital technologies per se, and we do not see it accompanying other changes, the processes will take 10, 15 years to enhance productivity. While, on the other hand, if you invest in the 3 factors, time is shorter. So in that kind of scheme, if we understand the capacity of all stakeholders in the company that needs to be enhanced, apart from investing in technology, that will become crucial. So professional training has a capacity because these institutions in Latin America, the national ones, are tripartite. They have representation of government, industry, and workers. And they are in a position to penetrate the territory because there's no other system apart from formal education to have such penetration in the territory. And this is oriented to labor and labor market. So all these stakeholders can interact, and they are the ones who determine how much time it will take. I will come back to one point. Immediate demand of businesses is not what we really need 30 years from here. And we need to integrate all this in public policy. Well, thank you, Rodrigo. You have touched upon several very interesting points, like how to work with companies. Companies would invest, how much time the workers would stay with a company. We need a level that ensures permanence. And some SMEs have no possibilities to train their own staff. So how can the state support these training processes and contribute to the transformation of SMEs, which cannot do it on their own? I would like to now give the word to Daniel again. In the first part, you talked about 4 capacities, digital capacities, that were relevant according to sectors, advanced skills. But now please tell us, from your experience in the Ministry of Labor, what are the challenges you anticipate in the labor market for an institution such as your ministry, and how to adapt and adopt new regulations and standards?
Well, the first challenge is teleworking. This is a novelty. And the impact during the pandemic was very high. And the challenges are various. Firstly, with regard to the regulation that applies, how can you control the connection time or the working time? Because on the one hand, workers have more freedom and can become more productive, and also this can go hand in hand with the time they devote to care, and therefore more women can join the labor market. But also we have to control that they don't spend 24 hours working. So we have to guarantee to the enterprise that the people are actually working while they say they are, but also that they are not working for too long. And with regard to cybersecurity, when you go to the workplace, you can check whether the space is adequate, etc. And also the working conditions in a home, it is very difficult to control the working conditions, because as per the Constitution, you cannot get into a home if the person is not allowing it. Therefore, you cannot control the working conditions, and an accident may happen in the workplace at home and you cannot control it. And let's say that someone goes to the toilet and is working in the office and is injured, and that is an accident at the workplace. But what if this happens at home while the person is working? So this is just a case in point. I could give you so many examples. And then the connection time, this is not a minor issue, and the regulation of the workload per week. Will we have 8 hours per day, or is it possible to move the hours around during the week, and therefore the regulations have to be changed? And in which cases the worker can negotiate with the company a different scheme, or in which cases it's not possible to make things more flexible. These are very big challenges that the labor world is facing at the moment, and they will increase because it has been proved that workers like working from home or having a hybrid model. And this is a challenge for the ministry, but also for the company, because they had offices for 40 people in the past, and now they have 10 employees. Should they keep the offices or not? And then the contract with an employee is applicable to the office. And what if a person says, I prefer to go back to the office, I don't like to work from home? This causes problems for the company, and this can have repercussions on the regulations that the Ministry of Labor has to implement. So these are important challenges. Excellent. Thank you very much for these very clear comments that apply to telework and also the platform economy, which also has significant challenges in the labor market. Fiorella, can you tell us about a very interesting experience that you had with the Sable plan, the program that applies to young people, called Young People to Program? How have girls been involved in this program? At the beginning, what was the situation? How did they get involved in the process afterwards, and how did they strengthen their skills? Well, this program targets young people, not girls specifically, which are in another program, young people from 18 to 30, and it was developed with the Uruguayan Chamber for Information Technologies, because this industry requires a lot of manpower, and the employees are not enough, and the projects that are, for example, export projects, are affected by the lack of manpower. So Jóvenes a Programar was born in 2017 with the support of INEFOP and the Inter-American Development Bank, and the view was that we had to go find young women who were not in this market. Around 15% of women could be reached, and 50%, sorry, of the population could be reached and included in this program. And firstly, 10,000 young people, half and half women and men, expressed their interest when we made the first call, but as time went back and they had to go through several stages, we saw that there was an attrition, especially of women. This was a call that was done throughout the country based on the needs of the industry. It was supposed to be a first step to know this industry and then join the labor market and do on-the-job training or continue studying. And actually, we signed an agreement with Daniel so that women that have completed this program can continue their training with on-the-job training, and thus they will continue developing their skills. So there was an attrition of women throughout the stages, and we ended up with about 30% women. And we could share with you which are the actions that gave good results and which were not, because if a young woman has to stay at home to care for someone and cannot attend a meeting, well, something has to be done in this regard. And in 2019, we had activity just for women in order to increase the percentage of women. At the moment, about 3,600 young people have graduated from this program. 850 more are about to complete the program now. The percentage of women increased. And we have a proactive labor insertion. There's a big number of Uruguayan companies that have hired young people that have completed our program. And I think that it is indeed an initiative that throughout the various stages follows the case of all the women in our program. And TI companies belong to a sector that is developing, and they know that they need to invest. They need to have on-the-job training. They need different teams that will be able to find different solutions. And even with the hybrid model or telework, that, as Daniel said, I think that there will be many opportunities. It is a possibility to cooperate with all of these institutions. Thank you very much, Fiorella. It's very interesting to hear how even programs need to be flexible because there are different things that come up along the way. As you just said, it was necessary in your case to have a program exclusively for women to try to solve some issues and see why there was a dropout of women from the program. Now I'm going to ask Luis, from your perspective, Luis, it is necessary to think of policies and incentives that encourage investment in skills in other spheres, and not necessarily enterprises, but also institutions, etc. Yes, thank you very much, Sebastián. It is necessary to promote a new order in training processes and capacity building, and some harmony has to be created along the way. We need to harmonize digital capabilities because we need a common pattern that guarantees or favors that the developments that are made in various spheres throughout the region complement each other. If we don't have a common definition, for example, of the capabilities that are required, it becomes difficult to develop these initiatives, and therefore it is necessary to work in public and private partnerships in order to complement these needs. There are many training programs. We have the example of Telefónica and Fundación Telefónica. There are many training programs that have been developed by enterprises or the industry to train people in technologies that they require for the development of their own business. I think that we have to find spaces in which we can co-invest, the public sector and the private sector, with a clear objective and a long-term goal, and this will support the efforts made throughout the region. With regard to the components associated to innovation, I think that what's relevant is to create spaces in which innovation can arise and then be sustained in time. I think that, as you said, some enterprises came up and then disappeared, but they should be able to act in a protected context so that they can survive. And this requires capabilities and training. We have to make a collective effort, and the various stakeholders should be called upon in order to find these complementary factors, as well as the resources and the investments that are required. Thank you very much, Luis. Mario, in your first intervention, you told us about your experience with Conecta Empleos, Conecta Jobs, this initiative of Telefónica. So can you tell us about the initiatives that have focused on women? For example, women in a network. What has been your experience with these initiatives? How have they gone? And have you seen that some of these initiatives have to be adapted or changed? Well, Mujeres en Red, Women in a Network, was created on the basis of a need to check when there was a deployment of fiber in the region that it was actually working. So we analyzed how we could change our processes, and someone in the team realized something that was very obvious, that 100% of the technicians were men and had always been men in any telecommunications company, and we wondered what can be done. So we launched a pilot plan in Peru, and the plan was to identify the profile, to recruit a group of women, train them, and then send them to work in the field. The first thing that became obvious was that in order to make a cultural change, it was necessary to train the technicians, but the rest of the staff too, and give a new meaning to all the conversations that we were having and that they had among themselves, and make them feel that they were working in a safe space. So we had to work on security within the company and also taking into account the work in the field. Now we have 500 women in this project. We are working in Peru and in Colombia, and we are trying to extend this program to all of our operations. With regard to capabilities, results, productivity, everything has shown us that we can all do everything, which is important. And even though the levels of experience are different, the levels of productivity have been the same or even better. And we think that there is an additional space to deepen the training and also share what we are doing with other companies. And we need to expand our vision to other fields. That is the first point. We have technicians, women technicians working in the field, but they could also work internally in some networks. The CTO, for example, in Latin America from Telefónica Hispam, is a woman that has been in this position for 2 years, but when she started in this position, it was a novelty. It's no longer a novelty now, and therefore it has become part of our work. It has become normal, as it should. Thank you very much. Now I'm going to give the floor to the audience. Do you have any question, comments for the members of the panel? Can you ask your questions now, or maybe you want to share your experience or mention something that was not discussed so far? Do you have questions, comments? I'm going to give you a couple of minutes.
Sí, buenos días, gracias. Me pareció excelente este panel en todo.
Thank you very much. I think that this panel was excellent in every regard. I have a doubt. How do you think that we could have a governance for all of these processes that comprise education, training, etc., the development of technologies? How can we have a holistic vision? Because sometimes we have the feeling that there are some individual initiatives that don't connect with each other. We have the enterprises on the one side, the government institutions on the other, the universities, etc. So that's my concern. Any other question? Carlos Can from Panama. This was a wonderful panel, and it's excellent to be able to delve into this matter. With regard to cross-cutting competencies and skills and attitudes, I think we should also think of how they are all cross-border skills in our region, but also we could share all this knowledge with Europe. And our colleague has just said it, all countries should work in order to have homogeneous skills that will strengthen the labor market, the job creation, etc. So the ministries, the regulatory frameworks, how can make these initiatives more homogeneous, adapting to our needs, of course, but from one country to another. Thank you. We have 2 more questions here, and then we'll give the floor to the panel once again.
Buenos días.
Good morning, José Palacio from Chile, from the REUNA, the Academic Network of Chile. I have 2 questions after listening to your comments. Firstly, while you were explaining your opinion concerning various stigma, because we have to remember that this question has many angles, I was trying to imagine who was having a demand for these skills. It sounded like an entity in the future, and we had to try to guess what this entity would ask in the future. And then we had productivity, on the other hand, as an important element. And I remembered an experience I had in Japan many years ago. I was visiting the Mazda factory, and the robots were starting to be used. So that was a long time ago. And the main objective these robots had was the well-being of workers. But this triggered productivity, a productivity increase. They were welding, for example, and painting to protect human health. And so how can you balance this development, this training of professionals for the future, so that in their mind there is a balance between the well-being of society on the one hand, the well-being of people, and productivity on the other hand, well-being and the economy? And some other thing, how can you think of an educational process that allows us to train digital citizens? And excuse me if I set myself as an example, but when I was in primary school also many years ago, training included studying civil rights and duties so that we became citizens in a community, and thus we ensured the well-being of the whole community and our own. So digitalization is has become an important part of our daily life. And now not only professionals but people in a general sense, how can they have this training so that we can achieve well-being and at the same time being digital citizens in general terms? Thank you. Last question. Good morning. Mariana Rodriguez Sani from Convergencia. Firstly, I would like to congratulate the panel members who were all so clear. I don't know whether my comment is relevant or not, but I'm going to make it anyway, because in journalism they say that one should ask any question. So this panel is analyzing jobs and skills for societies in transformation. And when we talk about employment, we talk about gender, but we don't talk about the inclusion of minorities, for example, people with different capabilities in the cities and in public buildings. For example, you have ramps for people with disabilities, but we don't talk about how we can allow these people who be more employable, to allow them to be more autonomous, allow them to develop their capabilities and make their own contribution. So once again, congratulations to the panel, but I think that other things should be taken into account. Thank you very much, Mariana. Yes, precisely in the previous panel, this was one of the topics, how digital technologies can help people with disabilities so that they can automate some of their daily functions, and how different instruments and initiatives can be created so that these people are included and feel that they belong, that they become more autonomous, and not to give them subsidies, but to give them the possibility to be citizens in whole. So who wants to reply to these questions? Let me start with you.
Gracias. Voy a tomar la pregunta de caballero.
I will answer that question. The first part of your question, thinking about who stays out in our discussions. When we wonder what is that entity in the future that indicates the way, it's not an entity, it's something that happens in more developed societies and economies. In addition, some of the studies by those societies, that of Frey Osborne, who said that 47% of jobs will be automated in the future, he says, well, in fact, the people who got to a certain level of qualification, tertiary, will hold positions that are not automated. So we know that skills generated at certain levels of education and in certain social structures receive the necessary skills that will not be automated, that will allow them to move with flexibility in areas that are not complex in the future. So at present, in professional training, ILO published some works on jobs held by young people. They say, when I talk about vocational training, which is technical training, like short courses, 800, 2,000 hours of training maximum, this vocational training in 19 countries of the world trains for activities that may be automated in future. It's not by chance that vocational training in Latin America addresses the two lower quintiles of economic sectors. So we have this training for the more excluded sectors in more automatable skills in future. This is my personal view. We know that the skills are necessary. Those who have those skills will do well today, but not in the future, today. Those who develop those skills today will do well. The other question is, if we want to educate citizens, so that we have full democracy environments, environments where we can all get along well, we will have to pay attention to the two quintiles that I mentioned. And I insist, in terms of public policy, a lot of what we are saying corresponds to very specific sectors. If we really want societies to change in that sense, we need public investment in sectors that are not privileged by the market automatically. That is the rationale. It's my position, not my opinion. Thank you, Rodrigo. Something very short indeed. Training as something that will happen once in a lifetime and then you start working is gone. It was gone a long time ago. We now talk about training that is iterative, that adds new units, that allows you to update your knowledge. I am an engineer in electronics, but what I learned in the past, I cannot remember because I changed 7 different times. And if I look forward, well, I may have to learn a lot more. So we have to think of aggregating depending on the future demand. We need to anticipate demand in the short term, and the short-term demand will allow us to do something correctly. And you will do so if you have a good basic education with all the necessary cross-cutting skills. Well, here we need to add one point to generate digital citizens who are responsible in the use of information. When we do certain things in the digital area, what is our responsibility? What does it imply to some other people? And this has to do with a more cross-cutting type of education and training. Think of artificial intelligence and all it implies in terms of responsibility. Maybe you can answer this. Well, the questions were very relevant. I'll try to answer them. Talking about governance. Well, governance is multiple because there are specific competences in different ministries. The challenge is not to have one single governance, but rather to interact, to connect private and public environments and look for complementarity. We have a project called Women in the Technical Sector. As Fiorella said, we work with the Uruguayan Chamber of Information Technology with the support of AUSI, and we have funding from the European Union, and we have INEFOP and private companies that even work to support mentorships, and they do this free of charge. We have Jóvenes a Programar and many different stakeholders. I cannot remember all the names. It's not our project. It belongs to all of us because we are all very enthusiastic about this. So how to articulate all the different public sectors and to abandon these silos we were used to. And now going to the second part of that question over there, digital citizenship. That's one of the challenges we face. When I was a kid, my parents talked about literacy, meaning learning how to read and write. But the new literacy today is having digital skills so that we can develop further. So there was an entry level that was for everybody in the past. It had to do with being a citizen. But today education opens many more opportunities insofar as we have digital skills. Otherwise, we cannot do other things. It's clear that we need to incorporate this into the education system. Fiorella will talk about that probably. She referred to the education reform underway in Uruguay. And we also talked about gender. But gender is not the only issue. We have to pay attention to different peculiarities. Yesterday, I was part of the Down Association launching of a program, and they have a digital skills course for people with disabilities. We launched this program in Salto province yesterday, and we'll do the same this afternoon in the province of Durazno in Uruguay. Otherwise, the gap will be broader, and we need to reduce it. These are the great challenges we have ahead, and the vulnerable sectors, whenever there is transformation that is revolutionary, will be more affected. And the Ministry of Labor also is challenged to inform, to guide the citizens. And we are working in two fields. One is to develop a labor market information system with the support of ILO to get a picture of what is happening today and how the labor market is developing, what are the positions, what jobs are more required, but then with more foresight to see where this labor market is heading to, what are the skills required today and in the future. And we have asked Parliament to vote a specific project, a budget, so that we can keep on working in this field. Because people need to know what to do and what jobs are at risk and what jobs have a future. Fiorella. Well, this hour-and-a-half panel could go on forever. But trying to wind up, to respond to some interesting questions, I agree with Daniel. The key is articulation. I also talk about digital citizenship. In Ceibal, we work with AGESIC. We never work alone. We always look for partners. And this is how we work in the different sectors. This is how we should do it in all the fields we work in. This is another skill that is added to the change in curriculum. Ceibal has been working on this for quite a long time. Now, regarding what you said about kids with disabilities and how they can use technology, we have digital ramps, which is a concept like the ramps on buildings, but this is in the case of technology, and we get support from UNICEF. We have traveling portfolios that go to different schools, and teachers can choose technologies for different disabilities. It's very tailor made. It's one-on-one, if you like. And this is accompanied with CERTI, which is a special center that supports teachers in terms of training to design universal learning techniques so that everybody learns regardless of the point of departure. And I think that's an interesting line. You can go to the portal and read additional information. Another question had to do with ethics in general. We work that, especially in terms of artificial intelligence. That's another panel in itself. Trying to understand what is happening today. This is not the future. This is here. This has to do with all the algorithms we have in our pockets. How to be ourselves and at the same time create artificial intelligence, and how important ethics are in that area. That's a new line that needs to be included, updated, but these are the same ethical problems we had in the past. Well, thank you, Fiorella. Luis, I guess you will talk about transborder skills. Someone was asking about the role of cooperation. Yes, absolutely. One of the main elements, if we look at the situation, I'll try to go quickly. If you look at the situation that is so fragmented in terms of where training programs come from and so on, we find, and you can check it, there are courses like Coursera that have changed the dynamics of training and the contents and the delivery of contents. And we are staying with a model that is closely related to educational competition in a physical reality, and that is transforming the way in which universities deliver services to the students and help them develop and enhance their skills. As a region, we need to reflect on this. What this dialogue is providing is very valuable through ECLAC at the level of the region, because we need to have a common vision. If we fragment strategies in specific territories, will only make us weaker. I think the role of cooperation is fundamental, and cooperation with other global institutions, like with the European Union or the different financing instruments that exist worldwide, should produce synergies so that we can face this new reality in the best terms. Well, let me thank you all for the very excellent discussion. The questions were very good. Thank you for this opportunity. And I think we had the best panel so far in this conference. Thank you. Well, thank you. Thank you for joining us today, physically and we'll meet again at 2 p.m. in this conference center. See you later.
Nacional de ILAC 2024. Gracias. Les recuerdo nuevamente que hay actividades simultáneas en otras salas, así que consulten por favor las agendas para que puedan participar también de ellas. Muchas gracias.
1, 2. Rafael, ¿me escuchas? Rafa. Haceme un gesto si me escuchas. No, lo perdí. Se me fue Rafa. Rafa, haceme un gesto si me escuchas. Perfecto, ya, si me está escuchando. Entonces tenemos que checar que... dame un segundo, Rafa, que todavía no nos llega tu audio, ¿eh? ¿Está hablando Andrés, Rafael? Sí, está hablando. Dale, Rafa.
No escucho más nadie. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3.
Sigue.
Probando. 1, 2, 3. Audio desde Zoom a auditorio. 1, 2, 3. Probando audio. Sí.
Perfecto.
Participante remoto. 1, 2, 3. Saco la presentación si quieren.
No. Todavía no.
Ya. ¿Me escuchas ahora?
Yo estoy hablando acá. 1.
Perfecto. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Igual no están en una conversación. ¿Tú me escuchas bien, Rafa?
Sí, pero hay un mínimo acople ahí.
¿Un eco?
Sí. Pero puedo ser yo también.
A ver, mutea un poquito tu micrófono. A ver, 1, 2, 3. Sí, sigue igual. Rafa está muteado. Dame un segundo. Sí, lo están viendo acá. 1, 2, 3. Prueba de audio. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Prueba de audio. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Prueba de audio. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Al parecer sigue. Ahí está. Ok. Yo igual escucho un poco. Sí. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ahí está. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ahora, Rafa, si me haces un conteo, por favor.
Ahí está hablando. Pero me confirmas, está todo bien, seguimos probando, prueba, presentación, audio, video, al auditorio.
1, 2, 3. Dame un segundo, Rafa.
Vale, me mantengo muteado en caso de...
¿Cómo? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ve cuántos micrófonos hay abiertos. Dame un segundo. Veamos, tenemos abierto auditorio, que sería tu computador, el de Rafa y los intérpretes. ¿Puede ser que por interpretación? Pero este de ahí. 1, 2, 3. ¿Y si me muteas el Zoom del auditorio? Que no me... 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. ¿Y por qué está volviendo eso?
acá no, yo este canal no lo tengo abierto. Estoy volviendo a mandar.
Y la configuración del audio a lo mejor ahí está en algo que...
¿Está todo bien?
Vista de audio dice perfil de audio, ¿no? El segundo, no alcanzo a leer.
¿Este?
Sí, el de más arriba, ¿qué dice?
Audio de Zoom optimizado, sonido para músicos.
Nos dejémoslo al de arriba, a ver cómo anda. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2.
No, voy a tener que mutear acá cuando hablo, pero es raro porque yo mando el micrófono, pero no lo recibo, no sé por qué lo estoy recibiendo.
Sí, te entiendo, me está llegando por Zoom de vuelta.
Exacto, no entiendo por qué, porque yo el bus este no lo estoy mandando de vuelta. Y a Brook lo hace una vez sola, no lo...
¿Y si muteamos las intérpretes? Habría que ir a desmutearlo después.
¿Qué hago, Bate?
Rafa, ¿te puedes mutear las intérpretes, por favor?
Sí, voy.
Para ir descartando.
Ahora, cuando yo te diga, anda desmuteando el micrófono de su...
Ya está muteado.
1, 2, 3. ¿Puedes mutear tu micrófono, Rafa? Ok, ahí está muteado. Estamos solamente con ese canal. Sí.
¿Por qué me está volviendo a mandar? Yo tu micrófono lo mando a Zoom, se va a Zoom y me tiene que llevar la audio afuera. Es raro, ¿no? Es muy raro.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Está como con monitor. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Pedro, es un parlante de algo.
El PDA, tú dices que está generando el loop. Ahí se fue. Ahí volvió. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Sí, lo están checando acá en la sala, Rafa, dame unos minutitos.
El streaming, porfa, que se está escuchando las pruebas.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3.
Yo vuelvo a mandar lo que recibo, sigue el video.
Claro.
Una vez sola.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Prueba de audio. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ahí tú me escuchas bien, Rafael. No, sí, es que nosotros tenemos retorno. Sale el audio y vuelve de vuelta por el Zoom.
Y yo no lo estoy enviando Zoom.
Cuando hablas muy fuerte, parece que pasa eso.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Pedro, ¿y
sí.
puede ser la interfaz del audio? No, porque vas a la mesa, ¿cierto? De la PC.
Puede ser que nosotros nos pasaba con la interfaz de audio que la devolvía. ¿Tú estás conectado del PC a una interfaz?
Si está retorno a la interfaz.
Dame un segundo que van a revisar la interfaz.
Si está retorno, puede ser que lo haga. Capaz que si esa perillita y no estamos lo que siento.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Vamos, que haré el de afuera.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. La presentación ya está bien, ¿no? Y el video también lo tienes, ¿cierto?
No, pero ya lo hago y ya.
Ya están chequeando presentación y video en el mix de video, Rafa. Si te quedas ahí unos minutitos para que puedan hacer el encuadre. Y cuando hablen acá hay que estar metiendo el...
Recuerda mutear las cabinas.
No entiendo por qué está haciendo eso.
3.
Está saliendo por el film y las pruebas.
Okay.
Yeah.
En unos segundos vamos a dar comienzo entonces a la segunda jornada. Muy bien, buenas tardes a los que nos están acompañando aquí en forma presencial y también a los que se suman en forma digital a través del canal de YouTube de CEPAL y que han seguido intermitentemente en este día de ayer y lo que va del día de hoy, que tenemos una muy buena presencia, así que se agradece también. Les recordamos el hashtag ILAC 2024 para también contar, subir sus fotos y los comentarios que crean pertinentes. Continuando entonces con las disertaciones, la próxima es la relevancia de medir el avance de la digitalización. Un observatorio de desarrollo digital para América Latina y el Caribe. Este es el título que van a tener que desarrollar quienes nos acompañan. Alexandre Barbosa, gerente del Centro Regional de Estudios sobre el Desarrollo de la Sociedad de la Información de Brasil. Diego Aboal, director del Instituto Nacional de Estadística de Uruguay. Salma Jalife, CEO del Centro México Digital. Natalia Fodich, especialista senior en política digital. Claudio Araya San Martín, subsecretario de Telecomunicaciones del Ministerio de Transporte y Telecomunicaciones de Chile. Nano Mulder, jefe de la Unidad de Comercio Internacional de CEPAL. Ellos van a estar moderados por Alejandro Patiño, especialista TIC de CEPAL. Por favor, Alejandro.
Perfecto, bueno, muchas gracias. Un saludo nuevamente a todos los colegas, amigos que nos acompañan en la sala y que también nos están siguiendo en línea. También un saludo y una bienvenida muy especial a los panelistas que nos acompañan. Muchas gracias por estar acá, por viajar y por estar presencialmente en la conferencia en ILAC. Durante, las sesiones que nos han antecedido, obviamente uno de los factores comunes ha sido el tema de la brecha digital. Y este panel tiene el objetivo de hablar de la brecha estadística, ¿no? La brecha estadística vinculada justamente al uso y adopción de tecnologías digitales. Vivimos en una época donde tenemos una paradoja, ¿no? Hay hoy una abrumadora cantidad de datos y de información, pero eso no necesariamente significa que que eso se va a traducir en datos, en información y en estadísticas de calidad. Y justamente parte de la discusión y del debate, yo creo que de las experiencias que vamos a compartir en el panel, tiene que ver con todavía la necesidad tan latente que tenemos en la región de generar estadísticas en materia de TICs, en materia de tecnologías digitales, en todos los ámbitos, ¿no? En los ámbitos de los individuos, de las personas, pero también en materia de salud, en materia de educación, en materia de adopción de tecnologías en el sector productivo, seguimiento a la adopción de tecnologías emergentes, etcétera. Y bueno, también aprovechar y compartir y debatir sobre experiencias innovadoras en materia de innovación. Es cierto también que hoy en día se están generando nuevas metodologías para aprovechar justamente los datos abiertos en Internet, para aprovechar justamente la información que tienen las plataformas y las aplicaciones, para usar justamente muchos de los registros administrativos que se generan y bueno, cómo se combina toda esta información para generar estadísticas y toma de decisión. Es también un tema muy importante, pero que digamos, yo creo que eso va a ser parte del debate, que tiene todavía un largo camino, y cómo se vincula esto también con la producción oficial de estadísticas, que como lo dije al inicio, sigue siendo un tema muy relevante, muy pertinente y en el cual todavía la región está en un déficit. Y bueno, para empezar un poco esta charla, quiero darle la palabra a un amigo y colega, a Alexandre, gerente del Centro Regional de Estudios sobre Sociedad de la Información, el CETIC de Brasil, que es uno de los centros de estudios líderes, y no me equivoco al decir a nivel mundial, en materia de estudios de TICs y tecnologías digitales, para que nos cuente un poquito cómo se organiza el centro, cómo logran, digamos, tener una arquitectura institucional para producir una serie de estudios, encuestas en distintos ámbitos. Alexandre.
Buenas tardes. ¿Me escuchan o no? Creo que no. ¿No? ¿Sí? Sí. Muchas gracias, Patillo. Buenas tardes a todos y todas. Un gusto muy grande estar acá en esta conferencia y sobre todo estar en Uruguay, porque tenemos acá a RECIC, que es también un modelo de buenas prácticas de producción de datos estadísticos de TIC, de manera que es un placer. Bueno, yo quisiera empezar hablando que en Brasil tenemos un modelo de gobernanza de Internet que es multi-stakeholder, verdaderamente multisectorial, y que este diálogo entre diferentes actores del gobierno, de la academia, de comunidad científica, organizaciones de la sociedad civil y también sector privado, han producido resultados muy interesantes, incluso el CETIC, ¿sí? Y el NIC.br, donde estoy, nosotros somos un departamento del NIC.br, financia 4 centros de estudios y de producción de datos. Uno de ellos es CETIC, pero hay también el CWeb, que trata de tecnologías web, un centro de tecnología de redes de Internet y un otro de seguridad cibernética, de manera que este modelo ha producido resultados muy potentes en Brasil. El caso de CETIC, nosotros concebimos una idea de un ecosistema de datos donde tenemos diferentes actores que tienen interés en la producción de datos y basado en este ecosistema creamos algunos principios que son muy importantes, no solamente para el proceso de producción, pero sobre todo para dar legitimidad al proceso de producción de estadísticas públicas. Porque CETIC no es el INE, el Instituto Nacional de Estadística, pero producimos estadísticas públicas que están divulgadas en el Sistema Nacional de Estadísticas, ¿sí? De manera que es la referencia para el gobierno, para la toma de decisiones sobre políticas en el tema de TIC. Y en este modelo, en este ecosistema de datos, tenemos lo que llamamos los grupos de expertos que en diferentes partes del proceso, empezando por el planeamiento de las encuestas y de proyectos de investigación, los expertos de diferentes sectores del gobierno, porque en realidad que todas las demandas de encuestas TIC, y hoy en día tenemos 10 proyectos de encuesta TICs, 10 de TIC Hogares, que es las más antiguas, que tenemos 18 años consecutivos de producción de estadística TIC sobre inclusión digital, Internet, hasta empresas, gobierno, educación, salud, cultura. Son 10 temas que están todos vinculados a la agenda de desarrollo sostenible. Entonces, para esos temas, la demanda llega del gobierno, ¿sí? Por medio del Comité Gestor de Internet en Brasil, los arreglos para presupuesto, arreglos institucionales son decididos por el MIC y nosotros desde TIC entonces establecemos una gobernanza donde están involucrados los mismos actores, gobierno, academia, sector privado y organizaciones de la sociedad civil, organizaciones internacionales. Y ese grupo de expertos es la parte más estratégica de la gobernanza, porque ellos nos ayudan a definir el planeamiento de los proyectos de investigación, de encuestas, después el abordaje metodológico que se va a utilizar y en una etapa más adelante el proceso de análisis de datos. ¿Cómo comprendemos las estadísticas TICs a partir de una visión de las políticas públicas, de los fenómenos que están ocurriendo en la sociedad, el proveniente de soluciones, de plataformas digitales, o sea, entonces esos actores son un componente muy estratégico en el proceso de producción y divulgación de los datos. Y a lo largo de los años, en función del involucramiento de la UNESCO en nuestros proyectos, en 2011, la Conferencia General de la UNESCO aprueba CETIC como un centro de categoría 2 para Latinoamérica y para los países de habla portuguesa en África. Y a partir de ese instante, empezamos entonces una cooperación con muchas organizaciones internacionales, inclusive con la CEPAL acá en la región, pero también con otros actores, con el CAF, la PAJO, en el caso de la salud, la Organización Panamericana de Salud, y otros también. De manera que yo diría, Patiño, que la clave para el éxito que CETIC ha obtenido, ha logrado en estos 18 años, es este modelo de gobernanza donde están involucrados diferentes actores de la sociedad, de manera que nosotros tenemos las voces de esos actores en el proceso.
Excelente, Alejandro, muchísimas gracias. Y bueno, yo creo que vinculado a esto que comentas, creo que también en el caso de Uruguay se apunta un éxito en esta colaboración, digamos, interagencial que han logrado entre AGESIC y el INE, justamente en los temas de medición de tecnologías digitales de adopción de TIC. Y bueno, te quería preguntar, Diego, un poco que nos cuentes acerca de esta experiencia, de este trabajo y un poco de las iniciativas que están llevando adelante en materia de medición de TIC junto a AGESIC.
Buenas tardes, es un gusto estar acá y compartir con todos los panelistas esta instancia. Sí, yo creo que es importante marcar el nivel de colaboración que tenemos con AGESIC en Uruguay. Yo creo que esto no es lo más típico en la región, trabajamos de forma muy cercana, tanto para generar encuestas, por ejemplo, la encuesta de uso de tecnologías de la información y la comunicación, que a propósito estamos en este momento procesando los datos.
Survey from 2020, and I'm not going to give you any figures, but the trend is the growth of internet access in households. We had 98%, and now we have even higher average. And this is a long-term work, and it's an ongoing collaboration with AGESIC in terms of producing this type of surveys. Now, collaboration goes beyond these more traditional surveys, and this lies within the framework of national statistics institutes that must be traditional on the one hand, you know, going to out to the street, knocking on doors, and having surveyors, and up to institutes that have to manage a deal with large digital data with administrative backgrounds. Before starting this panel, today, I would say that Finland produces 95% of its statistics, bureaus and administrative records. Only 5% is based on surveys. And that 5%, only 5% of that 5% is done in person. That's the future of the National Statistics Institute. This is a gigantic type of work to adapt structures that are basically lying on a very broad basis of surveyors that go knocking on.
Procesamiento de bases gigantescas y con capacidades de científicos y datos que procesen esa información. De hecho, con la GESTIC estamos trabajando en algunas cosas innovadoras, por ejemplo, en la construcción de un padrón demográfico para Uruguay. En la medida que tengamos éxito, creo que va a ser también un elemento de ejemplo en la región. Esto, además, se enmarca en términos del INE en algo que estamos llevando precisamente en este momento, que es un piloto de censo basado en registros administrativos. El Uruguay dentro de 5 meses va a tener un censo y va a tener una característica, va a ser básicamente digital, por 2 vías. Una vía que es recepción de información de autollenado de las personas. Es la primera vez que el país va a permitir que los hogares autocompleten la información de forma digital vía una web, y luego un relevamiento con dispositivos electrónicos, pero de forma paralela estamos llevando adelante un proceso de un piloto de censo basado en registros administrativos. Esto es la primera vez que ocurre en América Latina, y el padrón demográfico que estamos construyendo junto a GESIC va a ser uno de los pilares fundamentales para sostener esto en el tiempo. Es algo aprobado por ley hace aproximadamente un año.
And patterns, and this is going to be approved. Yeah, we've been working together with GESIC and the structured space data to create one single system for addresses. This is one of the deficiencies, the most important deficiencies in the region, that is not to have one single system geographically referencing in a precise manner all households and companies. And this has also been created under a decree. It was created 6 months ago, and it's going to be one further tool to produce georeference and geolocalized statistics, for which we have a larger demand. It's not enough to have the statistics produced by national statistic institutes in a traditional manner. We have to be very precise in the territory, and this initiative that we are working on together with GESIC is a very good example of things that can be done to improve these elements. There are many more things, but perhaps I can stop here and deal with them in the second question.
Thank you very much. Those were very interesting comments. Now, going on with the panel, I would now like to invite Salma. Welcome, Salma. I would like you to tell us, how are you contributing to measurements in Mexico from the Mexican Digital Center and the index, the Digital Development Index that you produce? What elements does this index include? I understand this is a participatory construction process and also of multi-stakeholder contributions. So tell us about your experience. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank ECLAC, GESIC, and Uruguay's presidency for the invitation to be part of this panel and to share with you the experience we have for inclusive digital transformation in Latin America and the Caribbean. The Mexican Digital Center is like a think tank. It is set up to produce public assets that should be used for decision-making purposes, not only for the public authorities, but also for enterprises and entrepreneurs in charge of decision-making, as well as for the society in general. These products are free of charge. Data are made available. The information obtained is made available. Now, we have a starting point, which is what you cannot measure cannot be improved, and what you cannot improve becomes degraded. So it is in that sense that we need to have data and statistical sources to find solutions to all the problems we have heard about over the past 2 days in all the panels. And at the same time, we also want to incorporate the breaking down of information. This allows us to identify those divides that we have been speaking about, the gender gap, the age gap, the urban-rural gap, the competition gaps and competencies gaps, and also the affordability. Most of the panels who spoke about the first and second quintile that are somehow excluded from digital society. And in addition to that, the inclusion divide that includes yet further divides that we often forget. And we saw this morning that these are people with disabilities, indigenous communities, diversity, and others that we haven't identified. So we embarked on the task of creating an instrument that should be valuable, simple to understand, despite the complexity involved in the statistical methodologies in order to produce valuable information. What we did was, through a methodology that the G20 has and the OECD, we then tried to incorporate 3 pillars that are focused on the interrelationship of indicators that involve digital economy. These 3 pillars are based on infrastructure that we are aware include many, many indicators, not only at national level, but also at international level. These indicators are measured on telecommunications infrastructure and very little on data. And I really welcome that CETIR also focuses on data, for example, the data centers, the IXPs, and other elements that are part of the technological infrastructure, the digital technological infrastructure. And the other 2 pillars have to do with the use and competencies or skills of society. This not only from the standpoint of demand, but also of the supply of the government. In other words, to what extent are governments providing digital services or also private enterprises, and also to what extent are citizens using these technologies. She corrects out these services through the use of technologies. And the third pillar, which is also very important because the 2 previous pillars contain a lot of information that we can discover in the internet, but also in official statistical sources. Now, the third pillar is the one that contains the least amount of available information. This is the pillar on innovation and technological adoption by the enterprises. So here we had to resort to mechanisms such as surveys. We did a survey that was very focalized on Latin America and the Caribbean, but we're also doing this for Mexico. So if we consider that 90% of the employability of people in Latin America do so through small and medium-sized enterprises, and that a lot of economy is involved, a lot of the economy is driven by this, we have to consider the incorporation of cybersecurity in these businesses. So these businesses have to identify which are the relevant elements that allow them to make this digital transformation. Now, to close my comments, we started in 2021 with 57 variables, but this is such a dynamic sector that we had to adapt things in 2022. We built the index associated to the one of 2021 with 67 variables. We incorporated new indicators such as the deployment of 5G, which did not exist in our country last year, citizen participation, which is becoming increasingly relevant, the environment. There's very little information available on this, data management of the governments, employability in STEM, and we have to consider technological development in the context of innovation and ICTs. Now, what are the results? 3 states occupied the top positions, 8 maintained their position, and yet others were in the lowest positions. This does not imply that they didn't do anything about all, but some evolved at a faster pace. And something that I forgot to mention is that we didn't do this at national level. We did this at sub-national level, state by state, because as we come closer to the state and local governments, then this information will become even more valuable for the decision makers. This will allow them to really focus where they invest the limited resources available, pointing at the digital gaps. Thank you very much, Salma. That was most interesting. I would like to give the floor now to Natalia and to refer to what Salma mentioned, this multidimensional approach of the digital divide. Can you tell us, Natalia, based on your experience, one, the importance of taking into account the multidimensional nature when analyzing the digital divide, based on your experience and the analysis of the affordable internet, connectivity, effective connectivity, and also what are the problems in terms of measurement and generating these indicators, the relevance this has, and how this will provide feedback in order to develop policies regarding the adoption and access to digital technologies. Thank you very much, Alejandro. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for the invitation to be a member of this panel. It is a true honor to be here with you. It is also an honor to be here next to people who represent such important organizations in our region. I am aware that CETIC is doing excellent work, also Uruguay and Mexico. But what I'd like to underscore is that although we have these countries with very advanced data, this is not the case for all the countries of the region. Many of the countries in the region lack this type of structure and these agencies. That's the first point, namely that we are speaking about different situations in different countries. And to go back to the reason why all this is so important, for example, international documents, even documents of the United Nations, still have the concept of a person connected to the internet when they connect at least once every 3 months. And we are well aware that that is insufficient because all of us, at least those of us who are here, are connected every day. So the concept of connectivity, significant connectivity, which is discussed in the field of the United Nations and the ITU and also at the ILO, and also in the IGF, this takes into account that everyone is entitled to have sufficient data, because this is not at all common in the region. There are many people who can connect only for a limited number of days but cannot attend classes every day. And this has to be at least compatible with 4G. And here we're still discussing this concept. But I'm not referring to mobile connectivity only. I am also speaking about speeds compatible with 4Gs, as well as having devices, at least a smartphone, because of course it is very important to have a computer. But for example, in Brazil, in classes C, D, and E, 90% of the people only have a smartphone. So it is important to have other types of devices, but we also have to bear in mind how to include those people with the type of connectivity they already have with the devices they also have. I also think that it is important to highlight specific criteria and multidimensional criteria in public policies, because these things also have to change, like Salma said. What you cannot measure, as she said, you cannot change. We also know that in the region it is quite common to connect through very specific applications and of very specific economic groups. So this is something that we should also bear in mind in the studies. And of course, in terms of affordability, we are aware that this is yet a further dimension that changes in the region. In all the countries of the region, at least the 3 lowest quintiles do not pay what the United Nations recommends as what is considered an affordable price. So I think this has very far-reaching implications, but also very specific implications. If we lack data as to how this affects digital skills or how this affects women, then we will be unable to create specific policies, specific gender policies. In Brazil, for example, the percentage of women who are connected is now greater than the percentage of men. This does not imply that the quality of the connection and the digital skills are the same.
We know that there are things such as site stalking and other digital things that are far worse or stronger for women. So all this type of data is most important to take into account, to design policies that are not directly related to ICTs or connectivity, but which are fundamental. And since there are several countries represented in this panel, I'd also like to underscore the importance of cooperation among the various agencies and organizations. I know, for example, that one of the countries that has just included in its public policies very specific data and is looking for surveys in a very specific manner, and to have the dimension of connectivity is the Dominican Republic. I know that they have been in contact with Brazil, so I'd like to underscore then the importance of this type of cooperation among the countries in the region. Thank you. Thank you, Natalia. I'd like now to give the floor to our colleague Nano Mulder. There are several concepts that have been recurrently mentioned here in this panel and in the previous panels as well. And this involves the way the digital market at regional level is formed and how digital connection can be improved in Latin America and the Caribbean, the potential of e-commerce and the transboundary e-commerce. Now, in relation to this, Nano, perhaps you can give us an idea about what is happening regarding e-commerce in ECLAC and where the main challenges lie to generate statistic factors and elements in order to understand how integrated commercially in the digital sense are the countries in Latin America, and what are the demands that we can't overcome or haven't overcome yet, and to know precisely how much e-commerce exists among our countries or the countries in the region. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Alejandro. I would in the first place, I'd like to deal with 3 things. In the first place, definition. Second, public sources, then private sources. And then in the fourth place, what Diego mentioned, collaborative work between the public and the private sectors. As regards definitions, then, at present, there is a big confusion about what e-commerce is. And when we talk about e-commerce, people in general think about retail, sales of certain consumers, but most of e-commerce, with a more traditional definition, is sales through platforms. And that's the B2B component, that is sales from one company to the other. And the estimates indicate that that represents 90% of all e-sales. So it goes much beyond B2C or the retail sector, but it's covering practically all the sectors. It's an additional sales channel that is more and more important, and mainly during the pandemic and afterwards. Now, there are several organizations that have come to an agreement about how to define e-commerce. There are the IMF and the UNCTAD and have defined what e-commerce is, and they basically agree that it involves sales through platforms. So if we agree on what e-commerce is, then the second point is what are the public accounts that are available. And what ECLAC says in its statistics division and the productive development section, well, we follow up quite closely the public sources available, and there are very few national statistics institute in Latin America measuring e-commerce, and transboundary commerce is an exception. But even domestically speaking, there are very few official sources, and an exception is INEF in Mexico. And there are some surveys mostly focused on retail and some specific retail sectors. In the case of INEF in Argentina, there is an e-commerce division in supermarkets and in food. So there's a lot of work to be done, and most of the divisions of the retail channel don't make a difference between the delivery channel. So, you know, the physical part is mixed up with e-commerce, and companies are not making that difference of delivery channels. Now, if we go into the private sources, the fact that we haven't got public sources means that there are several consulting agencies like Mantitier and banks and other sources that make estimates. And they sell reports at quite high prices that aren't affordable for the public in general. Now, that's a problem. The other problem is that the methodology they follow isn't very clear. So these are black boxes where it's very difficult to know how they make or produce their estimates. We know that e-commerce is very concentrated. There are some large companies such as Amazon and Mercado Libre which produce reports because they are public companies, and we can know what their dynamics of sales is. But it's just a couple of companies, but we know that the ecosystem is quite important, and e-commerce goes beyond the retail sector, as I said. So there is a lag between public sources and private sources. There is a gap there, and we don't know what methodology they follow and how they build their data. What we are doing in countries outside Latin America, and Diego mentioned Finland, for example, is the use of administrative records of big data. And there are some interesting examples in the case of the Netherlands and Spain, and in generally Europe with Eurostat, that have come into agreements with telecom companies or with large e-commerce platforms in the retail sector. But last week we had an event where Eurostat presented a very interesting experience. They obtained data from Airbnb, Booking, and TripAdvisor precisely to make a follow-up of tourist flows, precisely in that sector, in that segment that goes unnoticed by national statistics institutes. So progress has been made, and it's good to share this and cooperate in a South-South manner to share good experiences. And let's hope that those public and private agreements, we can move forward and faster in the future. Well, thank you, Nuno, for this comprehensive overview and the importance of official or public sources. And there is a statistics deficit, of course, but there is a certain statistic and methodological rigor that can make sure that you are making decisions on the basis of the information that has statistic significance, and that's very important. I'd like to give the floor now to Claudio Araya, who is the Secretary of Telecommunications of the Ministry of Transport and Telecommunications of Chile. You launched a Zero Digital Gap program or plan. Tell us about the goals of the plan and what the indicators and the metrics that you're considering are. Thank you, Alejandro. And thank you, ECLAC, to participate in this panel. Good afternoon, everyone. For a long time in Chile, we've had plans in place to reduce the digital gap. When we changed the concept of reducing the digital gap to zero digital gap, well, we introduced a figure. Before this panel, we discussed with Alejandro that 2/3 of all households in Chile have access to the internet, either optical fiber, copper, or fixed landline. So we have to go from 66 to 68%. We would put a tick saying we've reduced the digital gap, and we would submit it to the administration and say we've complied with the goal. But that's not true. In fact, there have been several panels here, and it would be a commonplace to say that as long as there are digital gaps, there is going to be inequality. And so the only way to fight against the digital gap is to move the digital gap to zero. And when they ask me about the metrics, the answer is, I don't know. But I can imagine a system based on a matrix. We have identified the dimensions that have been very well mentioned here, and Salma knows them very well for a long time. She's known them. We've identified that there is a system coverage gap. That is, not everywhere where there are people living, there is a services offer. Now, there may be also a service offer, but people may not have enough money to pay for it. Taking into account that Chile is one of the cheapest countries in the region, but anyway, there are percentiles that have no possibility of having access to digital connection. Now, there is a third dimension, which has to do with digital skills, the capacity to use it, to use technology. And we know out of intuition that there is a very large deficit, but there are no figures to support that. It's supported on the use made of the network. When you look at it, you can see that there are people who, having access to digital possibilities, go to the market to announce their products, and they don't go up to the internet to advertise them there, where the market would be larger. There are also gaps in terms of devices. Now, we could go on adding more dimensions, but in fact, when we talk about coverage, and when we are thinking about a 5G project, and we say 90% of the population is going to have a 5G coverage, well, there's a 10% missing, and if it's fixed, it's 32% for coverage. Now, where are those households? Are they urban or rural? Are they in low-income areas? What's the income percentile of the households that aren't connected? Are we talking about a gender gap? But perhaps there is no gender gap, but there is a question of usage. So I'm thinking about a matrix, to have large dimensions, but also knowing that you have to take into account the income percentile, the gender percentile, the origin. Now, in the case of Chile, we believe that the place of origin isn't important, but I'm sure it is. So we are envisaging a metric which is an index built on the basis of different dimensions, but making segments of various variables and of the public policy. As Salma said, we are building a public policy to close a gap which we don't know. Thank you, Claudio. I'd like to go back to Alexandre. Alexandra, I would like you to tell us about the innovation issues that you're working on in CETIC and how you are innovating and how you are, what surveys you've got and how do you generate new indicators in emerging technologies, but also the methodology that you're using. So also the access to data on the internet is gapping, that kind of thing. That what are the challenges that you're coming across?
I would like to refer to something that Salma mentioned and also by Natalia regarding data. When you don't have data, you don't have ways for improving. And there's also something that when we don't have data, we don't give visibility to the problems. If the problems are not visible, then the policies cannot do anything. For example, the gender gap. In Brazil, there are more women who use the internet compared to men. Now, when we start to break down the data, there are other things that appear. So this issue of visibility can only occur if we have data. Now, your question is very interesting, Mr. Patiño, because I always recall Professor Robert Brault from the Census Bureau of the United States. He said that the combination of different data sources is the ticket to the future. In other words, we are living in the era of data. Traditional data, surveys, administrative data are no longer sufficient in order to provide the answers to the policymakers who need to know very rapidly and in a very timely manner what is the impact that emerging technologies are having and the adoption of such technologies such as AI or the Internet of Things or blockchain. So we need to really lend a hand or reach out to other methods. You referred to web scraping, and we heard about big data administrative information. All this is very important. So what CETIC does today, well, we're not producing public statistics based on these new methods, for example, web scraping. This is because we are at a testing stage. We are at a stage of producing statistical models based on these new sources. In other words, for e-commerce, for example, and even working with ECLACs and with Mexico and Colombia, what are we doing? The businesses that do e-commerce necessarily are online. They have to be online in order to do that task of buying and selling electronically. So you can visit these businesses in their space, in their virtual space, online, in their website. And this allows us to do web scraping. For example, if they have products list online, and if there are options for payment online, which are these payment options? So based on a survey, on a census, you can statistically model the data that you obtain through web scraping online in order to estimate the proportion of those businesses that have e-commerce. On the other hand, we're also trying to do something. In Brazil, when you purchase any product or service online, you get an e-invoice. So the government has all the basis of all possible transactions. So once we have access to this information base, we can do amazing things with the data, with the administrative data. We call this big data. So there are many ways in which to combine and treat the traditional databases from sources and surveys with the new data sources from big data, but there are still many problems. A typical statistics problem is that of coverage. For example, if I were to have access to all the mobile data of the telephone operators, the CDRs or the IPVRs, then I would be able to produce a large number of statistics, but not everyone uses mobile phones. Although the coverage is very big, but this is not 100%. Therefore, we have to create statistical models in order to estimate and minimize bias that can be produced from the big data bases. So today we are conducting many pilot studies together with the agencies in Brazil and others which have access to CDRs and IPDRs of the telecoms in Rio de Janeiro to estimate the internet coverage. But there are still many problems that remain. We have to really overcome these problems. This is the only way we will have to obtain timely data. In addition to that, traditional surveys are already measuring the adoption of the Internet of Things and of artificial intelligence in the businesses, in the companies. In other words, we have statistical information that is representative for the population, for example, public schools, healthcare facilities, companies, and government agencies. This regarding the adoption of disruptive technologies such as artificial intelligence. But we are only at the beginning of this process. We have a lot of work ahead, but there's no other way around this because the response rates of the traditional surveys and even of the censuses are becoming lower and lower. So really have to combine data. There's no other way around this. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alexandre. I recall a professor from the MIT that some of us had at ECLAC. We say that big data corrects the error, but not the bias. And I think this is what you were referring to. Now, you gave us the example of Finland and the potential administrative data have in order to complement and to supplement the surveys. Now, where do you see are the major challenges we face? And this also has to partly to what Alexandra was referring to regarding having access to such records in terms of interoperability. Could you expand on this, please? Thank you for the question. And I want to focus on the last point mentioned by Alexandre. In fact, the traditional cinemas will no longer be able to work in the way they have so far. That is not an option. So the response rates of the surveys are lower and lower. So inevitably, we'll have to go over to use records from administrative sources or records and private sources. There's no way around this. This is just a one-way street. And this poses a lot of challenges. Having access to good administrative data, there are quality issues that have to be considered. These records are not built for statistical purposes. And regarding access to information, and this is a result of larger corporations that produce this enormous amount of data, which is also referred to individuals. This is a very big challenge. And the National Statistics Institutes will no longer be mere statistics producers, but they will be like data hubs. They will be organizations that bring together data from different sources and then potentially provide access to this information in such a way that you will be unable to identify the individuals who responded. These are no longer organizations that produce surveys and release the data. We heard about data of mobile telephony. Next Tuesday and Wednesday, we have an event co-organized by the National Statistics Institute. We will have people from Latin America and from Africa who will be speaking about data obtained from mobile telephones for statistical purposes. The state-owned company covers 50% of the market here to guarantee internal mobility of people. We know normally where people sleep, where people work, and how they move around. And this is very important in terms of the implication for public policies, for example, for having adequate transport, and also statistics regarding tourism. We know where tourists went and how long they were here and where they stayed, and the potential this has is enormous. 2 or 3 months ago, a United Nations agency, the statistics organizations required having more access to this private information. And this specialized meeting of Mercosur that will be taking place in Uruguay as from next Thursday in Uruguay, we are preparing a declaration for the region, because if we don't have access to this data, it will be increasingly difficult to produce statistics and also to cast light on some areas that remain in the darkness. So this implies a very different reality. In Uruguay, we are now focusing on data associated to mobile telephones. In December the 5th, we'll change the IPC in Uruguay. 2/3 of the prices that will be used to work out inflation and CPI will come from sources that are not directly from price sources. This could be web scraping or information provided by companies. So this is a reality that will encompass the largest amount of statistics from our institutes. This is a revolution. And we really have to take firm steps in that direction. It is becoming increasingly difficult to produce statistics following the traditional methods. Like Alexandra said, there's difficulties for conducting surveys and also for censuses. I see that census in the region all had problems. So the idea is to avoid incurring in the same errors, but it often happens that people just don't wish to answer. So we have to have access to information that people leaves traces of based on their digital life. That is the future of the Statistics Institute. There's no doubt as to that. So we have to really move about very rapidly in that context. So that was very interesting. This had to do with the data philanthropy. And in that sense, the companies have made significant progress. Many of the major platforms have specific units in charge of facilitating access to data for different projects and initiatives. I would like to continue with Salma. Salma, recently we worked jointly with you at ECLAC in order to conduct a mapping of the statistical sources available in terms of access to digital technologies. Could you please make comments on that exercise how are you viewing the offer available, the type of information regarding digital technologies, and where have you identified gaps or divides that require additional efforts to generate information? Thank you. Prior to that, I would like to refer to a very important point, because when you look for indicators in different sources, and when you build compound indices, then you have to work with unified criteria for selecting the criteria, the temporality, how representative they are, if they are from reliable sources, if they can be interpreted, transparent, and if they're not redundant. So this is a standardization that is carried out when we seek to obtain a comprehensive data. And we also have to seek standardization of indicators, models of main components for statistical weighting in order to decide which are the most relevant indicators, if there are some that are more relevant than others. And then there's another concept, which is the budget allocation concept for the weighting of the experts. Experts also participate in order to modify and adjust the values of each of the indicators. So taking that into account, we would like to thank the trust placed on us by ECLAC in order to conduct an analysis based on the experience we had in Mexico.
Thus, we can carry out a diagnosis about the availability of data in terms of digital development in the region. The first step to generate the elements of digital development and connected economy, digitalized economy, we made an analysis of all the sources, and they were free public sources that required no enrollment. And so we work with the World Bank, the UN, ECLAC, the IADB, just to mention a few. And we consulted 35 sources, out of which we could make sure that the data could be downloaded in a format that could be compatible to make an analysis, and that included these important indicators that I mentioned. We found 10 statistic data banks, 15 indexes where we extracted the indexes to be built, 10 publications that allowed us to identify graphs and tables or mentions to authors from other pertinent information. So to sum up, Latin America and the Caribbean is the third region that has more indicators per region. However, the indicators that we found for the region in the database of the country were 73% of these 298 indicators. Now, we divided them into 10 categories very briefly: affordability, regulation, legal framework, market, sustainability, trust, confidence, cybersecurity, economy and finance, innovation, and social-cultural issues. And they are broken down in other sub-variables. At the end of the day, then, we found that we could work with 251 indicators. There are a few countries that have a relatively reasonable number of indicators: Colombia, Mexico, Chile, Brazil, Ecuador, Costa Rica, Trinidad and Tobago, that deal with a reasonable number of indicators. Now, in the case of territories, because we've seen territories in the Caribbean, and we've seen countries and territories, we found that Aruba, Puerto Rico, the Cayman Islands, Curacao, and Virgin Islands have indicators of about 24 to 40 indicators. Now, to sum up, what are the findings? Well, the truth is that we haven't come to an agreement as to what is it that we have to measure in digitalization and how to measure digital economy. There is an access to measure access to ICTs updated to 2020 and should be updated to 2022. And there is a manual to measure access to and use of companies of UNTAG hasn't been updated since 2009. So we have to work on that. We've also seen that that national statistics organizations don't measure all in the same way. And when we've analyzed each country, we could see that indicators aren't measured in the same way. And lastly, I'd like to say that I agree with the other panelists that we must explore other options such as big data and web scraping, but we have to be very careful there because we may be creating some bias. We know that what we are measuring the internet is those that are connected. Those that are not, we're not measuring them. And so we have to be careful in that case. Thank you. Thank you, Salma. I'd like to continue with Natalia and his concept of significant connectivity. Salma, the importance of the measurement of significant connectivity and its problems, particularly when you design certain parameters to measure, but also organization parameters and how important to make comparisons is in Latin America and the Caribbean. How could you work on this? What kinds of things have you learned for significant connectivity? Well, I know I'm short of time, but I'd like to make some comments about what we've discussed just now. So I'm not going to answer exactly what you've asked because, well, I've got many notes here. In the first place, about alliances and associations with the private sector, it is very important, as we've discussed, the analysis of big data and so on. But from what I've seen in the research I've done for the IADB, for instance, in Peru, in the neighborhood of Miraflores, there's a database that was bought to understand the mobility of the city, and then it hasn't been used at all. So there are many problems of this sort. Even in Brazil, when the pandemic started, well, we had problems with IBG and the telecom data, and it wasn't very clear the privacy level and so on. So there was a legal problem there. So it's important, but it's also very important to have very clear in mind how to do this, how to set out the limits, how to protect personal data. I love to think how to have more specific data and to understand how people can change their digital skills and how, when they do so, they have impacts that we can't measure right now. For instance, well, my favorite soap opera is FTX. And I always think that it's not just a question of digital gap, it's far more than that. There are far more things involved, but we have to understand what's there and what is happening in the internet, and not everything that you see in the internet is true. So I like to think what we've been discussing here has an impact on our daily lives. I know that my time is up, so well. And now, given the floor now to Nano, there's a very important study made from the innovation perspective A record of platforms and e-commerce is being updated in the region. Can you share with us a little bit about that, the initiative, and when would people be able to have access to this dashboard of records? Thank you, Alejandro. Precisely on the 7th of December, we are going to be launching a dashboard called Latin America and Caribbean Database Exploring. It's a record of 2,900 marketplaces in Latin America. These marketplaces are focused on 33 countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. This database includes all the marketplaces authorized in our countries. And there's a subdominion with the extent of the country. And that's sometimes a restriction because sometimes we are not looking into the sales by Amazon or AliExpress, but those that have a subdominion are included. So basically, this database includes three components. In the first place is the monthly visits, as from January 2019 up to October this year. In the second place, we worked hard with several assistant researchers to survey some 30 characteristics of those almost 3,000 marketplaces to know whether they are specialized or whether they are general, whether they are transactional, non-transactional, what is the country of origin of the owner, what's their geographical scope, inter alia. And the third important thing, and this is answering what Alexandre mentioned, and we've also included in what you said, Salma, we've included many characteristics of the ecosystem of e-commerce, allowing users to make different comparisons that may not involve courses, but may allow us to launch certain hypotheses for research. In 2 minutes, then, very briefly, I'd like to share with you some results of the analysis that we've made with those 2,900 marketplaces. In the first place, it's not surprising there's been a very important increase of the traffic during the pandemic, 25% between 2019 and 2020, and between 2020 and 2021. That's important in relation to, that's not as important as the increase in sales. The number of marketplaces from 2019 to 2021 has increased by 7%. So in other words, the growth has been what we called an intensive margin. That is, the existing marketplaces have increased their traffic. Almost half of all marketplaces in Latin America, in 33 countries in Latin America and the Caribbean, are concentrated in 5 countries: Brazil, Mexico, Argentina, Colombia, Mexico, and Peru. However, although half of those marketplaces are in the rest of Latin America, and when we look at data traffic of those 5 countries, those 5 countries concentrate 95% of all visits to marketplaces. There is a large concentration in few countries. Just 20% of Latin American countries are transactional. Most of them are still platforms where you can show your products and services, but transactions are done outside the marketplace. And to conclude, what we are interested in the International Commerce Division at ECLAC is what is the percentage of the visits to those marketplaces are foreigners, and that's not surprising, and we've also discussed it in this forum. E-commerce in Latin America goes on being a very domestic phenomenon. This is something that was discussed in the regional integration panel yesterday, and the large channel of Latin America is that those marketplaces, on the one hand, gather sellers from other countries, but there are consumers from other countries buying in marketplaces from other places, not only Amazon or AliExpress. But this involves logistics, like Tendamia, payment systems, and there are several reports by ECLAC and the IADB. We've analyzed those things with them. There's a lot of work to be done, but I think that this database will be one of the ways to approach domestic and international e-commerce, where precisely data trafficking, and delivering small parcels or studies on payments by credit cards is a way of looking into e-commerce and transboundary in e-commerce. Thank you, Nano. I hope that we can have access to that soon. Now, Claudio, to conclude, is there anything that you'd like to highlight from your position as a policy maker in terms of measurements and where you think we could start, or could you share with us the question of access and use and adoption of the internet? Well, yes, as I mentioned earlier, to develop a public policy for us, well, we always have few resources, but we always have to focus. And the only way to do it is to have specific data that allow us to say where the gaps to be closed are. And there we can see some sort of bipolar disorder. Now, in relation to the population, we are telling them to reduce their digital imprint, but then on the other hand, as was said here, we have an enormous source of information that would also help us to focus our efforts. So we have this contradiction in place. We have to protect personal data. We have to protect people. But then on the other hand, there is a very wealthy source of information. As Natalia said, an application of 5G lab in Chile was on the basis of the georeferenced information. They were building routes or ways and roads, and that's a wonderful type of information, but we have to protect it. We have to protect that information so that it shouldn't allow us to identify that someone in particular went to a certain place in particular. So we have this balanced relation, but we need specific metrics to allow us to focus the public effort.
Thank you very much, Claudio. And to close, we listened to different experiences in this panel, and we highlighted how important all this is. This topic is of tracking processes and digitalization. I'd like to thank all of you who joined us in this session and those who followed us remotely. I'd like to thank the members of the panel, whom I wish to give a big round of applause. Thank you very much. So this is a very complex topic, and it's also very important to respect the times. We'll now go over to the following panel. What we'd like to ask you, because we have to do a sound test with one of the next panels who will be joining us remotely. So we have to do the sound test right now, and this will be done live.
Hola, buenas tardes. ¿Nos escuchan? Estamos hablando desde el auditorio. Leonora, ¿nos escucha? Su micrófono está silenciado. Hola, ¿nos escucha?
Justo bien. Muchas gracias, Claudio.
Eleonora, ¿nos escucha?
Está en el sitio de ustedes. Centro México. Ya. Y nosotros
Ok, no la estamos escuchando en sala. ¿Podría, por favor, volver a hablarnos? Perfecto, muchas gracias. Lo escuchamos en sala.
permiten, vamos a ir invitando.
So we now would like to invite the participants for the next panel: digital commerce and SMEs, opportunities for improving regional competitiveness. We'll be starting the session shortly. Please bear with us. And remember the hashtag ELAC2024, where you can make your comments. So we're ready to go. Let us now welcome Guillermo Varela, President of the Chamber of Digital Economy of Uruguay. Welcome. Susana Pecoy, National Industries Director of the Ministry of Industry, Energy and Mining of Uruguay. Daniel Cavalcanti, General Coordinator of Public Policies for Telecommunications Services in Brazil. Salvador Bonilla Ibáñez, Advisor in the Internet Services and Digital Economy Division of the Undersecretariat for International Economic Relations of Chile. Eleonora Rabinovich, Senior Manager of Public Policy and Government Affairs of Google, whom we see on the screen. Welcome. Matias Fernandez, Senior Manager of Public Affairs of Mercado Libre, and our moderator, Raúl Echeverría, Executive Director of the Latin American Internet Association.
Hola, hola, hola. ¿Me escuchan? Hola, hola, hola. ¿Solo uno? No, se supone que están todos habilitados. Sí, ahora.
Hola.
Hola, buenas tardes a todas y
Good afternoon, everyone. It is a pleasure to be once again at this conference organized by ECLAC, this ELAC conference. This is the 8th edition of this conference. And I was thinking back that I have participated in every single conference. So it's also like a record. With us, we have a distinguished panel. Master of Ceremonies already introduced all the members of this panel when he invited them to come up, so we won't waste time. And let us go straight to the point. Now, we have some starting point here that we haven't questioned, and the members of the panel should please feel free to do so. But the starting point is that digital transformation, development is essential for economic development. There is no doubt as to that. And the starting point is also that digital development allows us to have a more inclusive development model. This allows including small enterprises, but also the possibility of closing other divides. Today we'll be focusing on the MSMEs. And at the same time, another starting point is that it is important to incorporate SMEs into the digital economy. And this is based on the assumption that the SMEs have an important participation in the economy. Now, curiously enough, the information is quite varied. It is quite true that MSMEs have an important weight, more than 90% when we speak about the mesh of businesses, the number of entrepreneurs involved compared to the total amount. We see that more than 90% are MSMEs. And they also have a very significant social impact because of the number of families involved. Now, what is not so clear is the weight they carry in terms of the regional GDP. Some speak about 25%, but other estimations are even bigger. There is no doubt as to the fact that seeking more inclusive development models imply that MSMEs are very important. Some time ago, we participated in a process promoted by ECLAC in Chile. This had to do with a digital strategy for Chile 2035, chaired by Senator Ordenes, who is with us in this event. And at some moment, there was a very interesting discussion. We were speaking about indicators of the goals set for the future. And one of these goals was the number of MSMEs that would have completed the digital transformation and the insertion into the digital economy for the future years. And there was someone who has said that by 2035, 80% of all MSMEs should have become part of the digital economy. And some of us said, well, that will not happen, because what is certain is that by 2035, 100% of the SMEs will be part of the digital economy. So what we have to say is at what pace we do that. So not so many are left along the way. So those who haven't managed to do so by 2035 will have disappeared by that date. So we have to work on the speed, on the pace at which that occurs. And that is a reason that brings us together today. We have quite a varied panel today who will be giving us different standpoints. And because we're speaking about MSMEs and businesses, I think Guillermo could be an interesting person to start the debate and to motivate the discussion. He's a chair of the Chamber of Digital Economy of Uruguay, and this chamber brings together companies of very different nature and sizes. So based on your experience, Guillermo, not only as a chair, the president of that chamber, but also as an entrepreneur, what do you consider are the challenges for that digital transformation and for the insertion of the MSMEs in the digital economy? Before starting, let me say that I agree with you that in the world of technology, making a forecast for 2033 is like a chimera. We don't know what the technological progress will be by then, or the reforms that will take place. But it is quite clear that this will be substantial. So if we have to imagine that within 13 years, the world will be similar to what we have in terms of digitalization, then that would seem to be a poor forecast as to how we should embark on the changes required by society. Now, having said this, we have had crucial times. We lived crucial times for e-commerce, both for the chamber and also for the service providers. My company provides e-commerce solutions and includes more than 500 companies. So we have quite an interesting overview of what has occurred in the market, both in Uruguay and in other countries where we have operations. So it is in that sense that the pandemic was like a testing ground for the future. And the big companies were in a good position when the pandemic started. They were already in a position to bring about changes, but smaller companies, SMEs and MSMEs, were in a very poor position. Some hadn't even gone through a digital transformation, nor had they envisaged the need to improve their business processes and their sales processes and delivery processes and shift over to the electronic world. So this implied that for some SMEs, the pandemic was a golden opportunity to increase in turnover and to increase in complexity, but for others, this was the end of their existence. So this was strongly linked to the digitalization index they had. For many years, small and medium-sized enterprises, to convince these enterprises, the chamber promoted dates such as Cyber Monday or Black Friday and all these dates. All the companies that had already embarked on that wave had to improve and be willing to receive a large amount of sales and concerns. And if we hadn't had those specific days, this would not have been possible for them. Now, the message we have today for the SMEs is somehow of apocalyptical, and the warning is get ready for the next pandemic, and let's hope this will not be a pandemic that involves a virus, but this involves radical changes in terms of the way you consume and buy and sell. So the challenges SMEs face has to do with the digital transformation. Being in a more equitable scenario, the digital world now focuses and builds new power hubs compared to what we had in the past. SMEs have to make very important efforts to maintain their market share. Governments have obligations. We have to work more and better on regulations, on taxing. For the digital economy, we really have to reset this, turn off and turn on again, because all the tax rationale based on a white and traceable economy is quite different compared to the way this was done in the past. The academia needs to train more and better talents. We have a serious problem in terms of growth in Latin America. I give the example of Uruguay. In Uruguay, we're employing about 10,000 people abroad for the ICT industry. We cannot grow more. So in that sense, we face a large number of challenges. They can be counted, but please don't leave before it gets dark. Well, thank you very much for limiting your answers to 5 minutes, so then we can start with the second round. Now, in order to have a vision of the public sector, and on the same question, Daniel Cavalcanti is an expert who has been working for many years now in this sector. And from the standpoint of the government and the public sector, how do you view these challenges of the incorporation of SMEs into the digital world?
Thank you, Raúl. Good afternoon. Exactly, as Raúl said, SMEs are an important part of employment and economy. In Brazil, to give you an example, we've got 2 million SMEs, formal micro SMEs. Before looking into the challenges, well, the first challenge that we used to have, and that there's no longer there because we've overcome it, is to persuade SMEs that an ICT strategy was fundamental for the businesses. The pandemic has shown in a very cruel manner that it was a question of survival for many of the SMEs. Some of them didn't make that transition, and we know the result. Others made that transition in a spectacular manner. They all know now that they have to include this technology in their businesses. Now, the other challenges I'd like to mention are 4, and that I think are important. The first one, the essential requirement, which is digital infrastructure and internet connectivity. In Brazil, I think that also in most of the other countries in Latin America and the Caribbean, for a significant part of the population and businesses, access to the internet is mobile. And that's a solution, but it isn't the ideal. to do business. Now you can sell, make sales through the WhatsApp or the social networks, but when we're talking about business, the idea is to have a comprehensive system of orders and invoices and so on. So to have a more robust infrastructure in all businesses, SMEs are everywhere in all households, not only in a city, in districts and in rural areas as well. The second challenge are digital skills, and there we've got a serious problem. And that's one of the largest challenges. In order to take part in e-commerce, these skills are absolutely essential. In many cases, when we can see that small SMEs have some digital participation, we can see that it's quite amateur, it isn't professional. The second question deals with solutions, but this is the challenge. And perhaps later on we can talk about how we are trying to overcome it. Now, the third challenge that I think is very important as well is trust. When you have a digital trust, the Brazilian digital strategy grants priority to SMEs. In our strategy, we call trust in the digital environment includes something dealing with cybersecurity, which is to make sure that business are in a secure environment, but also privacy and data protection. Brazil has created its agency for data protection, and one of the requirements of companies is that they must have someone in charge of dealing with personal data. Now, the rules are a bit softer for SMEs, but they have to be aware that personal data of their clients lies within their responsibilities. And the largest challenge, no, the fourth challenge, is not SMEs themselves, but it's the offer of a comprehensive solution of e-commerce so that these SMEs can hire, can do business. And it's necessary to integrate the services of SMEs with digital payments and logistics and everything that has to do with e-commerce. Now, when we're talking about micro SMEs, it isn't reasonable to think that they are going to develop these type of solutions. They have to find them in the market. Now, the large platforms have restrictions that can't always be applied to micro or small enterprises. Now, we've solved the problem with the microphone now, and thank you. Your presentation has been very concrete, and it helps us in our discussion. I'd like to ask Eleonora now that from a very privileged perspective, and it's the participation of Google in the digital economy, we can see something that we lost and that perhaps we should have focused on at the beginning. That is, Eleonora, what can you tell us? And I'm sorry I can't look at you in the face because you are on the screen behind me. But what can you tell us about what you think are the opportunities? Thinking about micro SMEs, but what are the opportunities through the digital development of micro SMEs for the economic development and to be better, more competitive in the region? First of all, in the first place, I'd like to greet you and thank ECLAC. I'm sorry I'm not there in person, but I wanted to participate in this panel. I'm very proud to be in this panel and share it with the authorities and the members and officials of the private sector and colleagues from the private sector. And I agree with what's been said here. This is a very important debate, and there are very many opportunities that we can see in the region to promote competitiveness and the economic growth of SMEs through the digital transformation. Let me share with you the outlook that we've got on the development of e-commerce in the region. Google, as you said, has been in the region for many years. We've been here since 2005, and we can see a large potential leveraged by this innovative and resilient spirit. Single entrepreneurs, I needn't say this because I know that those who are here, and Latin America has had the largest growth of e-commerce since 2021, and the figure in 2021 is very important. In the Summit of the Americas in June, we announced a commitment of $2.2 billion made by our CEO, focused on 4 areas that we believe are very important for the growth and development at digital level, also including micro SMEs. And the first one is to continue promoting and investing in digital structures through submarine cables, through our data centers, etc. In the second place has to do with digital skills. This was something that was already mentioned in the panel. We have to continue to strengthen digital skills. And this is particularly important for those directing or working in micro SMEs. We've already trained almost 1 million people since 2017, and we've announced in the Summit of the Americas that we were going to grant scholarships for 1 million people more with Google certificates, and I think this is going to strengthen digital skills of SMEs in the region. The third one has to do with the construction or building of sustainable communities, and that's a large channel of our region. We're going to be focusing on non-profit organizations working on sustainability and the creation of economic opportunities for women and young people. Many of micro and SMEs are led by women. I'm going to share with you some initiatives that we are supporting, and so it's important to focus not only on producing more equality and expanding the digital opportunities of young people and women, but also helping them out. The third thing has to do with the standards of these SMEs and supporting them with training. We launched in Uruguay the first startup, the first academic startup in Uruguay. For Google, the economies of Latin American countries have the possibility to become digital speeders. This is a concept or a framework that comes from a study that we launched 2 years ago, whereby we showed how investment in 4 areas can speed digital transformation, and all these areas that ECLAC has launched are very much in line with what we are thinking of investing in capital, in physical capital, in human capital, in trying to set up a regulatory environment to promote digitalization and technologies that are innovative, because we have to continue working with organizations here to strengthen digital economy with an impact on micro SMEs in the region. Along these lines, then, this year, we wonder what could be the technologies to promote exports. We know that SMEs in the region want to contribute to the export of goods and services, and what's the impact of using technologies in promoting exports. And so now we have a new study that we presented in Uruguay last week called Digital Speeders through Digital Technologies, covering 3 countries in the region. According to this study, Argentina, Brazil, Chile, Peru, and Uruguay are already having a promotion of 24 million, which is 0.8% of the annual GDP, using digital technology. By 2030, this value could become fourfold. So there's an enormous opportunity to continue promoting exports on the basis of the use of technology. In that report, we've included several recommendations where we could expand on later on, but they involve promoting more deeply the digital structures, promoting and trying to reduce digital gaps and promoting digital education, increasing digital security, increased confidence and trust of consumers and companies. This is most important to promote policies, initiatives, facilitating trade. In fact, Raúl, for us, the opportunity to continue increasing the probabilities of possibilities of economy, particularly micro SMEs, is enormous, and we are sure that this is in the agenda of all the countries, and the SMEs form part of this ecosystem, and they should be promoted. They should be aided to promote digitalization. We're going to be there together with the countries and the agencies and the rest of our colleagues from the private sector.
Hola. Muchas gracias, Eleonora.
Thank you, Eleonora. It was very clear, and there are opportunities then for further questions later on. But let's go on with this first round. And I'm going to ask you, Susana. Susana comes from the National Industries.
Quisiera hacerte una pregunta.
Minister of Industry, Energy and Mining of Uruguay. Let me ask you a question. What, in your opinion, is the challenge of micro SMEs, and from the standpoint of public policies, and how do you see this when preparing or making public policies?
Good afternoon. Thank you for the invitation. Thank you. Thanks to all of you for being here and for the opportunity to discuss these topics, which are so important. Like Guillermo was saying today, and I agree with him, it is quite difficult to have survivors if we don't go digital, because they will be left along the way, some of the SMEs. Now, I would like to give you a couple of numbers of Uruguay, particularly prior to the pandemic, that are the evidence that those who were not updated, digitally speaking, suffered more compared to others, and only limited number of SMEs had a good development. According to the National Statistics Institute, in 2020, 17% of the Uruguayan companies have a website for an option to make orders or reservations. 14% made sales through the internet. 11% had a sales percentage which was more than 50%. This says that the participation was only limited and that there was room for growth. Now, these numbers didn't change very much after the pandemic because many had to reconvert, otherwise they would be left behind, and these were the ones that suffered most from the impact. To a certain extent, the pandemic contributed to improving these processes, but these rapid transformation processes involve costs and pains. From the standpoint of demand in Uruguay, Uruguay is well positioned regarding the performance of the consumers. This is the best positioned country in the LAC region regarding the proportion of the population that purchases through the internet. 46%, according to the World Bank in 2019, were potential internet buyers. In the same sense, the data of the Digital Economy Chamber in 2022, 57% of the population had purchased products or services through the internet. This excludes delivery or transport. On the other hand, according to the online purchase program, 52% of the population aged over 18 uses the internet and does online transactions. However, we still observe that there are more opportunities for growth. According to Fenicio's study, 43% of people who use the internet still do not do transactions, and they don't feel they have sufficient confidence to do so. Local companies face a challenge and an opportunity to become part of e-commerce in order to advance in the incorporation of digital technologies, starting with e-commerce. SMEs have to incorporate capacities that are of key importance in order to advance with this modality of e-commerce. Adapting the organization of the company is one of the stages that is required, and they have to adapt the business model to the digital economy. This is no easy task, but this can be achieved, and also to improve the management capacity and funding and other issues. The state has different public instruments which are used to support MSMEs, such as the funds of the national of the Ministry of Industry to support projects regarding robotics and other things, programs supported by INEFOP. But we have three key aspects that we understand should be developed by SMEs in order to become part of e-commerce. One is the payment options. Digital payment options are required in order to do electronic transactions. This involves investment, and sometimes these are no easy investments. Investing in hardware, in maintenance cost, in paying fees that have to be invested in the path towards digital transformation. This has to be combined with a cost for interoperability between the different means. We need to promote actions and policies to facilitate and promote this path. We have to continue developing plans for incorporating e-invoicing by the smaller businesses. Then the sales platforms. There is a whole gamut of platforms for e-commerce in the market, and many SMEs have difficulties in accessing precise information and to assess the implications of becoming part of these platforms, to be aware of which of the available options depending on the market segment, to assess the advantages and disadvantages of each option. All these are challenges that SMEs face and limit the adoption of these digital technologies. We have to support them along this path. This is one of the things we have to focus on, and this is one of our challenges. Thirdly, we have logistics. Participation of SMEs in digital commerce involves logistics challenge. For example, changes in how to process orders, in improving the storage capacities for orders, implementing the visibility throughout the supply chain to increase the flexibility of the delivery times and places, and to manage things differently, for example, when goods are returned by the clients. All these are three of the major challenges that SMEs have to face when embarking on transformation. And these are the challenges that also the government has to face when, in addition to having policies for facilitating this, they have to also have policies to support all these processes so that the MSMEs can have access to this platform and commerce, type of commerce. Thank you very much. And in addition to Daniel's comments, we see which are the challenges you face, and many of these coincide. Matthias, I'd like to ask you something now, because many of these things involve you as well. Matthias is manager of Mercado Libre. This is a platform that works with SMEs. The incorporation of SMEs in the digital economy is important, but what Susana and Daniel were referring to had to do with integrated solutions, interoperability, solutions for the logistics aspects. And maybe you have some options that you can share with us. Thank you, Raúl. Thank you, ECLAC, for the invitation. I will try and be brief. I will try to respect the 4 points that I will be referring to, and I'll try not to repeat at least one of the points that were referred to by the previous speakers, and that reflected the vision we have in the industry and that the government has. we share many of these concepts. Now, first of all, why is it important to go digital? Well, we have been discussing this throughout the morning, today, and also yesterday. So a digitalized SME has more chances for exporting, to scale up, and to have more business opportunities, and can generate jobs. So everything that is digital can be measured. They pay taxes. It can be quantified. It is easier to build statistics around this. They are cost efficient and also time efficient. And we're focusing on this from the standpoint of SMEs, but recently we heard about the transformation, the digital transformation of the public sector. This is also very important because it is the other aspect to this. We have to attack this situation from many standpoints, and one of the things that can be digitalized and we can speak about digitalizing. Now, in all its interactions, for example, a SME that pays taxes has to hire someone to do so, to help them with this. Many pay services, and they have many opportunities to interact with the state. So the state also plays a very important role in the digitalization process of the SMEs. Now, having said this, I will now refer to the report that Eleonora mentioned, the ECLAC report on digital transformation. And I will refer to this in order to make a rapid diagnosis. It states that trade is a major employment generation in Latin America, but lags behind in terms of adoption of digital technologies. On the other hand, one of the diagnoses this report does is a lack of digital skills. This also was mentioned in previous presentations. And thirdly, this report states that digital transformation of commerce in Latin America is premature. It is focused on e-commerce, and this is quite true. Mainly, the first thing we associate to digitalization of SMEs is that they sell online, but the universe is much bigger than that. Let me just mention the case of the public sector as yet one further example of the power that digitalization implies, not only through e-commerce, but also through many more digital tools that are available for the MSMEs. And a brief comment. Today in Mercado Libre, there are 500,000 SMEs that sell through our platform. 175,000 joined in 2020 in the context of the pandemic, in the strictest lockdown we had. Now, regarding the obstacles, there are different channels. I shared the point on logistics. This is a transforming element in our country. Larger marketplaces and also the smaller SMEs have improved considerably in terms of logistics. Mercado Libre, for example, in Mercado Libre, 80% of all consignments reach in 2 days or less. In 2017, it was only 30%, so the transformation is big. The processes are speeding up. We're advancing in the correct direction, but of course, there are still many opportunities out there. And I'd like to mention a couple of more things. One has to do with the difference. I call this more federalism. The major difference there is between the development of e-commerce and taking this as a proxy of the digitalization of SMEs between the major cities in our region and the rest of the country. In the case of Mercado Libre, in the city of Buenos Aires, we have about 600 salespersons every 100,000 inhabitants, and in La Rioja, 3 salespersons every 1,000 inhabitants. Now, this is a personal opinion. I think we work a lot on the importance of digitalization, but in many countries this does not occupy an important position in the public agenda. This is part of the conversation. in certain circles, but yet greater drive is required in order to make digitalization an important point in the political agenda of other countries as a real tool for the promoting development. At regional level, we have a regulatory framework that is quite varied. There are different types of cases here. So working in the regulatory harmonization is very important, particularly for companies that depend on scale economies, as is the case of many of the technology companies that have developed in this industry. And finally, regarding the opportunities for improvement, this has to do with training experts. We heard about developing skills, but also experts who work in these companies. Maybe part of this difference we see regarding salespersons, comparing Argentina and some of the cities upcountry, has to do with the capacity to be have an entrepreneurial spirit and to develop all the digital tools that are available. Many of these tools are of free access, but I think the awareness has to improve in this case. I will stop here. I have some proposals to make, but I will wait for the next round.
Thank you, Matthias. As well, I was listening to you and thinking about the previous panel, because since we started our discussion, we've dealt with lots of figures and data, and Alexandre Barbosa was saying that we couldn't possibly make any policies if we didn't have data. So without those data, we can't solve problems. So what you were saying is that to close those gaps, we need to know what the gaps are. So the figures that you've shared are very useful, and they give us this wish to have more information of that type. Let us now move on to our last speaker in this first round, but we're going to ask him a different question. Juan Salvador Bonilla is the advisor in the Investment Service and Digital Economy Division of the Undersecretariat for International Economic Relations of Chile. We are going to be talking about successful policies later on, but what do you think are the enabling needs or environment of the companies for that digital transformation? In the case of Chile, well, Chile has outstood or outstand because it's one of the most advanced countries in the region in terms of digital transformation. Thank you, Raúl. First of all, I'd like to thank you for the organization of this event and for inviting us to this panel. It's very interesting for us to share experiences here. It's also revitalizing to see the perspectives of the private sector, the public sector, and our colleagues in other countries. And the question that you've asked, Raúl, well, to us, the enabling factors depend on more and better public policies. And it's not only public policies of a sectoral nature, but as our colleague said from Mercado Libre, the internationalization. Chile has focused on that lately, and I think it's also very important that what the previous panel said. It mentioned indicators. Indicators, at the end of the day, would allow us to set up our perspectives of public policies and trade agreements. From the world that I come from the Undersecretariat of International Economic Relations, we have enabled important elements for e-commerce and telecom. But looking at it from the domestic side or local side, I'd like to highlight some public policies that we've developed in Chile. One is digitalize your SME. That's been a very successful policy. It was implemented in 2019 by the Ministry of Economy of Chile. To a large extent, it's allowed for mechanisms of micro SMEs at logistic level and also with monies and with basic capital, so that they could become digitalized. In particular, this public policy focus on the coordination, implementation, and following up of public programs and instruments to deal with the adoption of tools. Up to date, this program has had an impact on 50,000 micro SMEs with over 450,000 beneficiaries. In 2020, in spite of the pandemic, over 90% of SMEs were beneficiaries of this program, and it had a high impact level in Uruguay. In 2020, Chilean SMEs adopted digital technologies the most in the country. And one of the important things of this initiative called Digitalize Your SMEs was to understand what the benefits of digitalization were, the tools and contents and processes involved in digitalization. And in the third place, the adoption of technologies, integrating SMEs businesses in the different sectors of the population and the different sectors of the services that are quite varied, as we all know. Now, moving on to another successful policy in Chile, and we believe it's fundamental for development, is the adoption of the regional digital market. We've worked on that in a collaborative manner with ECLAC within the framework of the Pacific Alliance. That's been configured and set up during the pandemic. Basically, it's focused on establishing programs to authorize regulations of our regulations in our countries, particularly Chile, Colombia, and Mexico. On that basis, we are trying to have a content to be exported for micro SMEs, and precisely internationalization is vital for this process, and promotion agencies for exports such as Pro Chile, Pro Colombia, Pro Peru have been essential. They have been constantly supported. Now, the idea, as I mentioned, is that we can establish this digitalization and with the same speed as if they were in one same country or in the same country. And that means constant support. Since 2020 and 2019, a roadmap has been adopted to develop this strategy. And we hope that we'll be able to get good programs and good ideas on that basis. And I don't want to dwell too long on this, but I'd just like to mention the initiative led by Chile with DEPA. That's the Association Agreement of Digital Economy. It's formed by our country, New Zealand, and Singapore. It's an international agreement whereby 16 annexes are there and modules. It includes artificial intelligence, cybersecurity. There is also a chapter on fintech, digital inclusion, and more open development models. There are elements that would allow SMEs to have a dialogue among them. So far, we've tried to do it with a public-private dialogue between Chile, Singapore, and New Zealand in order to improve good practices and to establish a regulatory understanding among the parties and facilitate logistic and administrative processes. That's what I can highlight so far. Thank you. Thank you, Juan Salvador. I thought that you weren't going to mention DEPA, but you did. You did at the end. Good. Thank you. That's an agreement of digital economy, which is a benchmark, and many countries that are not signatories of the agreement are looking at it with lots of interest. I think there are a couple of countries, at least one here on the stage. Let's have a second round now. I'm going to change the order. I know, Eleonora, that your timetable has been shocked because of delays in starting. Let me start this second round with you. We've seen quite a lot of diagnosis and some solutions here and there in this first round. The document that was approved yesterday about the 2024 digital agenda, there are objectives related to the digital economy. There are recommendations about the development of digital economy at public level, private public level, international level. Now, when we look at what we can do, what do you think, Eleonora, could be the contribution of the private sector, more developed private sector, in your case of Google in particular, to this digital development in our region? Well, thank you for your question, Raul. In the first place, I'd like to take advantage of taking up what the previous panelist said and say that from Google we can see there is an enormous opportunity through international agreements. Thus, we can generate better conditions to develop digital commerce, impacting on micro SMEs. DEPA is an example for the region. In our case, this is led by Chile, but there are other countries participating, Singapore, New Zealand. And we can see there that there's an enormous opportunity to expand treaties agreements such as DEPA as a good practice or as the best practice, to continue discussing and taking it as a practice what DEPA has. So I simply like to take advantage of the fact that we believe it's an enormous opportunity to share regulations and improve international commerce with a very specific impact on micro SMEs. To us, well, you've asked me what Google is doing to support the digital transformation of SMEs. I'd like to deal with two things here. On the one hand, our products and our service, our platform that Google offers is enormous to improve competitiveness of SMEs and produce a better approach of many SMEs to their clients and customers, and we've been able to connect them to different audiences, to different markets, to do scale business, to reduce costs, and to respond to the shocks and economic shocks, and either installing our ads or Google by Business or Google Analytics or our cloud. And in this report that I mentioned earlier, we've also quantified that Google products facilitated $4.4 billion, or 13% of the digital export opportunities of the countries included in the report. So we feel very proud of forming part of this growth and these opportunities of SMEs through our products and services. Since we know that we have to expand the digital skills of the population and the capacity for digital transformation as SMEs, we have to associate with other sectors, the Chamber of Industries, colleagues from the private sector, the public sector. We are carrying out initiatives and programs to expand digital transformation opportunities. Since 2017, as I mentioned earlier, we've trained over 18 million people in Spanish-speaking Americas, and we have also a philanthropic arm there where we have announced that we'll be expanding to 1 million scholarships so that people can have access to the possibility of having a career certificate to improve their access. In 2021, in the middle of the pandemic, we had an alliance with IADB, and we invested $8 million to ensure that the microfinance institutions continue supporting micro SMEs, access to credit, access to the financial sector. And I'd like to mention at least some of the programs that we developed in the region. Our colleague from the public sector of Chile mentioned the Digitalize Your SMEs. It's a very good program where we participated. In Chile, we launched a hub in Chile to expand digital skills among women, to train thousands of women in Chile with digital tools. We're interested in providing digital transformation opportunities for entrepreneurs, men and women who are outside the large urban centers. That's our north. As part of this project, we'll also provide access to seed capital to almost $400 for each one of women entrepreneurs. We are also working with the Chamber of Commerce to train SMEs all over the country. Last year, we launched an alliance with the Ministry of the Economy to give these possibilities to participate in a special week in Chile. In Mexico, in October this year, we had an association with the local fintechs so that SMEs could strengthen their businesses and have advice on digital business through Google. It's important that we can have this agreement with the private sector, with fintechs, and to help as local SMEs. And we also have a very strong program in the south of Mexico to support and provide loans to projects of indigenous communities. We also have a free tool that we launched with the Chamber of Commerce, of e-commerce of Colombia. We have helped 350 businesses so that they could learn more about e-commerce in Colombia. In Argentina, a project that we launched a while ago was to help tourist operators in Argentina, focusing on tourism, that sector that was very much hit by the pandemics, but that has an upsurge now, and it's becoming more and more expanded. We've become associated with a government program which is called Experiencias Argentinas para Vivir, to help them be in Google Maps and that they can reach their audience better. In Uruguay, as I said earlier, we launched the first Hub Academy, the Startup Academy, to help endeavors continue growing.
To conclude, it is very important to have our programs in order to expand the digital capacities, particularly of SMEs, and not only on our own, but also to scale up these initiatives together with the governments of the region and also together with the chambers of the region and other colleagues of the private sector when we see opportunities for complementarity. Thank you very much, Eleonora. That was a very broad overview of the activities that you are carrying out, and many coincide with some of the needs that were referred to by the previous speakers. Thank you very much, and please feel free to leave if you have other commitments. Don't feel bad about that. Guillermo, what do you think of the instruments that are required? So based on the exchange that we're all having, and of course based on your experience, we all seem to agree on what has to be done or what the objectives should be. Now, what do you think are the instruments required in order to speed up the incorporation of SMEs in the digital economy? Well, clearly funding. Uruguay has quite a vast network of government agencies and public-private initiatives that are spilling out among the ecosystem some funding projects. This shows that that is the way to go, but we're very far from meeting the demand. Funding, flexibility, regulatory aspects, democratization of the incorporation of SMEs in all senses. We have to remember that many of these companies don't have at management level departments or specialists. It is the entrepreneurs themselves who really have to carry out a large number of tasks. So every single minute that the state bureaucracy takes away from them has an impact on the maturity and on the P&L of the companies. And particularly in the case of Uruguay, we are lacking skilled labor in many sectors of the digital economy. This is, of course, a new sector. Those of us who are older have been in this field for 10 to 15 years, because this is a new ecosystem, this is a new industry, so we're all learning as we go along. In addition to funding and to the talent, the market is also an issue. The freer the market, the better the indicators in terms of the potential SMEs have to offer their products and services, the better the maturity and the development. Digital economy is a unique opportunity for Latin America. I'd like to highlight this as the only platform that provides prosperity, can provide prosperity. The power centers that we referred to are somehow torn down. And what in the past was something linked to the physical world, this serves as a sort of a leveling out the playing field. We have social commerce. It's also through the social media. It is amazing how much clothes, for example, and other things were sold through social media. This is a new type of economy we have, and I think that the public sector and the financial sector should provide the required certainty and fund, and that would be a good starting point. I finished the speech before you took a note. You took a note. Now, I was marking some of the things that you mentioned to include these in my final comments. Thank you very much, Guillermo. And we're also including information that will be included in the digital economy. We have to land many of the concepts included in the digital agenda. So from these interactions, I think very interesting elements are arising. Daniel, Juan Salvador already told us about successful public policies. I feel tempted to answer the question myself, but I will leave this for later. So which, from your point of view, are some examples of successful policies that contribute to this field? Thank you, Raúl. I spoke earlier on about some of the challenges, namely to develop skills and digital skills and competencies in the MSMEs. Brazil has an excellent experience with the Agency to Support Entrepreneurship, which is called SEBRAE in Brazil. In the past, this was a public agency from 1972, but in 1990 it became a private organization, a non-profit organization, and this brought about a major transformation in this organization, which started to operate in a very effective way. And now, in the era of internet and in the era of digitalization, it has a very interesting program. Its performance is focused on capacity building, entrepreneurship, business consultancy, and digital transformation of the MSMEs. This is an agency focused on MSMEs. SEBRAE is present in 700 offices throughout the country. This includes telepresence, remote presence. It provides a lot of content in its website. the entrepreneurs have access to a personal consultant. We call them a local innovation agent who goes physically to visit the entrepreneurs. This type of consultancy services associated to funding, associated to capacity building, has been very important in Brazil. This work builds trust in the small and medium-sized entrepreneurs who feel supported to take this larger step towards digitalization. So that was a first example. I'd like to give you a second example that is very important in the field of e-commerce. This is digital payment options. Exactly 2 years ago, in the month of November, the Brazilian Central Bank introduced an instantaneous digital payment, which is called Pix in Brazil. This became an instant, absolute success in Brazil. Sales with credit cards, for example, takes 3% away from the income and might take weeks to be collected by the business. Pix is instantaneous and at a very low rate. It's just a fragment of 1%. This is for the companies, and for users it is free of charge. Today, 75% of all businesses that sell online in Brazil accept Pix as a payment option, 75%. And the businesses consider this is essential to promote sales. This is very positive in the sense that websites that offer Pix as a payment option are rated very positively. And I don't want to continue, but I think these are two examples that show the potential that very specific actions can have in very specific fields and how this can promote SMEs. Thank you. Thank you, Daniel. Pix, I had that precisely in mind when I said that I felt tempted to answer that question. I think the success of Pix is really amazing, and I am pleased to see that this is an option that many countries are also considering. Last week, the central bank announced that they're going to release the protocols and algorithms in order to implement this in any other part of the world. So this is an opportunity for the region. It is an amazing opportunity. If you allow me, Raul, next week, the president of the Brazilian Central Bank will be here and will be telling us about Pix, and maybe the central bank in Uruguay will follow the same path. You said 75% of all businesses, but when you purchase a cup of coffee on the street, the other day I purchased a cup of coffee on the street. A person had a thermos flask who sold coffee. Unfortunately, I was with a Brazilian colleague there, and we realized that we had no money on ourselves. And the colleague said, "Do you accept credit cards?" And the person said, "What? You don't have Pix?" So that was really amazing. So those of us who work in the private sector often struggle so that public policies are not an obstacle for digital development. And in this case, this is an example of a public policy that is not only not an obstacle, but it is a catalyzer for development. So let us continue. Susana, I'm going to ask you something that I already referred to initially, that I wanted to go along that path. Well, everything is interrelated. When we speak about what is the environment, which are the conditions that enable things that are enabling environment for the development of SMEs. Which would you consider this is? Well, let me refer to the case of Uruguay. Uruguay has been working in this environment for some time now. We understand that one of the key points is the connectivity capacity at national level. This is in the field of telecommunications. We can highlight that the fixed broadband service, 84% of transmissions is done through fiber optics. The government is at present in the process of expanding this to more distant locations and is investing about $3.8 million. This is the investment for the year 2022. In terms of mobile broadband services, we would like to highlight that there's a broad LTE coverage throughout Uruguay. This is 93.1% of the entire territory, with a broadband mobile penetration of 98.8. Internet speed, we are well positioned in Latin America, and we are leaders in the region compared to the global internet speed index. As regards access costs to internet services, mobile internet services involves 0 to 2% of the per capita index, which is a comparative measure worldwide, and Uruguay is positioned among the countries that have the lowest cost in the world. Regarding fixed internet services, the cost is from 2 to 5% of the per capita index, and this positions Uruguay a step lower. So we face an important challenge there and an option for better growth to go one step further and lower our costs. We're working in that direction. In addition to that, progress has been made in terms of payment options. This is of key importance for the development of e-commerce. It is in that sense that the central bank has made progress in the following actions: to promote the development of e-checks, improvement credit cards and debit services offered by the financial sector, to increase the efficacy of the commercial sector, to establish the adequate environment for incorporating technologies into the financial and payment systems through all the processes involved, to promote best practices regarding cybersecurity throughout the payment system.
But to produce an enabling environment means supporting digital skills of SMEs and population in general. We have to support SMEs to be able to digitalize their companies, and this means better production ways, optimizing processes, improving efficiency, and expanding their markets through web sales. We've mentioned several programs that our country or our state is providing to support implementation through the Industrial Fund, and we'd also like to highlight that there are other programs to enhance human capital skills. We had several courses for SMEs organized by the Ministry of Industry. In the telecom agency, the SMEs institution in EFOP. Also, there is a challenge to attract young people. This is a reality at national level, but also regional world level. The job opportunities, the intervention of technology in different verticals. For instance, to have skills means to expand the production border. To advance through that, through Ceibal, we provide technology to children and young people, giving them digital tools through an educational platform, and we are focusing on that. On the other hand, we have an educational offer that's been expanded in the past few years. We have graduate and postgraduate courses, and we've tried to decentralize the educational offer from the capital city. This is a challenge that is still there, considering the number of students up country, and it would be wonderful if they didn't have to be uprooted and they could share their knowledge in their own territory. Together with the private sector, we've made several efforts outside formal education to provide a quick labor insertion in the ICT sector. We have a program for ICT created in collaboration with CUTI, Globant, Mercado Libre, and Manpower. Jóvenes a Programar is a Ceibal program that started in 2016. We train and insert young people from 18 to 30 years old in the area of ICTs. As regards gender, it is important to be able to reach girls and young women. There are specific problems in an area which is strongly manly. There is a lack of absence in ICT training. Half of the population is having less access than the rest. And in Latin America, poverty in Latin America has a woman's face. So it would be important to get closer to women and train them in this type of technology so that they can have access to a labor market, a quality labor market. Lastly, it's important to highlight that very recently the national government has presented its 5th digital agenda up to 2025, gathering strategic objectives and national guidelines in terms of digital development, and this is a state policy. It's structured on 5 axes, taking up aspects that may contribute and strengthen digitalization in the entrepreneurial sector and in the labor market. Inter alia, the agenda deals with the support of digital transformation process and capacity building in micro SMEs to support competitiveness for labor reconversation, diversification of markets and products. Therefore, to deepen digitalization of SMEs forms part of the government agenda, and we are working on it. It is not only at the level of digital commerce, but towards other goals and commitments that our country has at international level, such as, for example, decarbonization commitments, where digitalization of companies is no doubt important to work on rationalization of the consumption of products and the improvement of circularity systems. Thank you.
Gracias, Susana. Interesantísimo.
Very interesting, Susana. Lots of information there and actions that may be used as an example for agendas of other places in the region. Juan Salvador, would you like to add something here, the context of the enabling environment? Well, yes, thank you. Of course, from our standpoint, as Susana mentioned, it's very important to reduce digital gaps, particularly in gender commerce, and also for the originary peoples. And to that end, in Chile, we've been making progress in 2 forums in particular, to look basically for the regulatory limitations and restrictions that we have in place in our countries. And the forums that I was mentioning is the Alianza del Pacific, the Pacific Alliance, where we participate with many countries of Asia Pacific, together with Mexico and Peru, the US, Mexico and Canada, which form part of our continent. And basically what we want is to recognize and identify in the first place what the gaps are for digital services and also for knowledge-based services, which are very much in fashion right now and involve the use of new technologies. And the categorization that this type of services involve, digital services and knowledge-based services for free trade agreements or agreements in APEX or the Pacific Alliance are very much enabling when programming public policies addressing women and the original peoples of our countries. The identification of these gaps, the identification of regulations that may involve costs or basically legislations are fundamental elements when trying to provide more public policies, as I said earlier. And lastly, to provide a context of good practices, collaborative practices among countries in the fora, and involving new initiatives, not only for the Pacific Alliance and APEX, but also this type of platforms and working together in the region with Mercosur to work at the OECD level, and of course with the European Union in projects involving these new sectors that we are recognizing from the public sector. And of course, I know very well that the private sector is also very active in all our countries. Thank you, Juan Salvador, and also for giving us this international perspective that you have insisted on consistently with the Chilean policy at present. We already have been shown a red card, but taking into account that we've started 30 minutes late, we're going to take a little bit longer to conclude. Well, you have to look for Patiño, Mr. Patiño, who gave us the opportunity to come up front later, 30 minutes late. Well, you talked a lot about challenges, Matthias, and about also successful cases of public policies, the enabling environments, the present ones and the ones we need. So from the private sector, as we asked Leonora earlier, what are the proposals that can be made from the private sector in a company such as Mercado Libre to contribute to this? Well, thank you. In the next 30 minutes, I'm going to talk, well, of importance. Well, no, you can take your time. No. Simply, I'd like to highlight a couple of examples. A large part of the work that the Ministry of the Economy or the Central Bank of Uruguay is doing is multi-agency, and that's important to grow new business models coming from the digital ecosystem and to have new players in that ecosystem. PIX is fantastic. In Argentina, we envy it, but we also have 3.0 transfers, which was not such an ambitious initiative because PIX shares information and foresees to share information almost like an open banking. But in Argentina, we have worked on the interoperability of payments. And this is an immediate transfer, which is far more economical, and it's instantaneous. And anyone who has seen in Argentina the QR codes, they have been very well accepted in businesses where the use of cash was the only way of doing business. Very interesting example of public policy is in Cordoba, in the province of Cordoba. There is a provincial directorate of e-commerce. That is, its institutional structure includes the importance and deals with specific objectives of e-commerce. I think it's unique in this region. And it is in that public policy where you can have special offers, and it's very well focused on trying to digitalize lots of micro SMEs in the province. You know, the main goal is it's for them to export services, and export means selling products outside their province. And that's something that doesn't happen in many provinces in our country. And one single proposal that I'd like to leave with you, which I think is important. Once you work with the delegations and the members, it'd be very important to come to an agreement as to a digitalization strategy, not that general, but with some specific action points, that it could be measurable, that we could follow them up and see how they evolve and work on them. I think that can be a tool that's missing. Both the private and the public sectors need an articulation and a clear definition of 3 or 4 points that can be used as a guideline that we can comply with them and build an agenda there, because we have digital agendas in our countries and in the blocs, Mercosur, the Pacific Alliance, and I think that it'd be very important, and it would be an important takeaway to be able to agree on some issues to work on, and you can count on the companies in our sector to achieve those goals. Thank you, Raúl. Thank you, Matthias. This is our final wrap-up, but 30 seconds in case you want to share any thoughts, final thoughts. That's not compulsory. Salvador, anyone, Guillermo? I know the look of an angry woman, and the lady who came in had a very angry look, so no comments. I'd simply like to recall that digital economy is growing at an accelerated pace, and at a pace that is more accelerated as an economy as a whole, so we have to stimulate it. I agree with him. Very well. We have dealt with lots of topics and challenges, and from the point of view of skills and the need for integrated solutions, the question of skills was present here, the need for investment and finance and interoperability, logistic challenges, harmonization, regulatory harmonization, what Matthias said about the gap of the more central areas in our countries and the areas that are further away from this capital city, flexibility, regulation to reduce red tape. We've also mentioned successful public policies, some interesting initiatives, enabling environments, the possibility of having infrastructures and payment means and progress made in relation to that. It's important to clarify that for micro SMEs to participate successfully in the digital economy need efficient and cheap digital means of payment, mainly for small amounts. The question of talents, the need of talents, public policies to generate capacities, to attract new audiences, young people, women. And at the very end, we mentioned the question of the environment and the possibility for technology to contribute to the improvement of taking care of the environment. And this is clearly an important issue. I think this has been a very good panel. Thank you all for your patience, for staying on some minutes later. And I would simply like to tell you that we were handed in this panel 30 minutes later, and we are only going away 18 minutes late. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you all. And before closing today, let me tell you that tomorrow we're going to be here again at 9 o'clock. Now, at 5 o'clock, that is 2 minutes ago, the meeting of delegates has started, so all those forming part of the meeting, please go up to the second floor. We'll meet again tomorrow at 9. Thank you.
Creo que tenemos que sacarnos una foto, el fotógrafo
No, estuvieron sacando fotos, pero